Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
As soon as I heard.
Okay, we're watching it now. I believe I can't see the monitor.
I'm so glad.
This is
because I was just.
This is insane.
I'm trying to be as strong as possible.
Me too. I don't want to cry.
But this man.
This is absolutely insane, ladies and gentlemen. This is crazy.
So many people.
Shots fired. I wasn't even watching the rally.
He had on a hat.
I happened to check Twitter.
And to see this.
Just so happened to look at Twitter, and I saw. I saw the news.
I haven't
It's
even seen it yet.
unfathomable.
Yeah.
Think of Barron at home.
Never something I imagine happening in the realm of possibility. I've always thought about it.
Is what's going on.
I was like, nah, it's 2024.
July 13th,
There's no way.
That's Saturday.
No way
July
something like this could
13th,
happen.
2024, just months away from
Look
the
at
November
Twitter, and I
election.
saw.
2 days before the RNC.
Take him down. So they shoot.
So I am finding this out literally. I found this out literally like 5 minutes ago.
Jesus. Whoever the shooter was or is,
Okay.
it's a terrible.
Literally.
shot because he was able to lift himself up and give the crowd a fist bump in typical
President Trump
fashion.
He's because you know what, he was worried about us and he wanted us to know he was okay.
I saw
Whatever
so the
happened,
video I
he's
saw.
the strongest man we've ever
The video
known.
I saw
know he's
is the
resilient.
one
I
that
know
was
he's
shared on
tough. I know
Twitter.
He's healthy. He will find
Donald
his way
Trump.
through
It looks
whatever
like
battle he has to fight
he is
through this.
alive.
Let's pray to God that he's okay.
That's what it looks
And
like.
whatever happens next.
Here's the video. This is the video I saw, I believe. No, this is not the video. The video I saw was Donald Trump with blood on his face.
That you are we're never completely safe, no matter how safe we
Ladies
think
and gentlemen.
We're never safe from those who are
We're in
crossing the
trouble
border
here.
unlawfully, and from those who want to perpetrate criminal activity. We
This
always
was
have to be
an
vigilant. We always have to
attempted
be aware,
JFK
and this
moment
was a
right here.
reminder of how important it is. We have not
Never
seen
thought
an
this would
attempt
happen in 2024.
of a shooting on a president since I believe was it Reagan was the last one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Kennedy, Reagan, yeah. And
The heroes of this world.
Wow.
The heroes.
And
This
you
is
know,
real, guys.
I don't know. I'm
Yes,
just
it
watching
is.
all the people, and people are just walking around almost in shock.
I'm in shock right
Should
now.
I be in shock? No, because we've always said there's a helicopter right there, possibly taking the president, or they're just circling. If we can get the camera to get a shot of the helicopter, we are not sure which hospital they are taking the president
helicopter
to.
right there.
But there's a helicopter. Not sure if
Wow.
that's a medical helicopter.
Guys, I'm still
If
in
not,
shock.
it
I
may just
apologize.
be,
A little bit
security
discombobulated right now.
Combing the scene. That may be what's going on.
To find
right
out
now,
this
just
way,
overhead,
I looked on Twitter and
police
there it was,
helicopter,
Donald Trump with blood all over
maybe.
his face.
What a shame. This was one of the most beautiful rallies I've ever witnessed.
My
Or
God.
it may just be
Incredible days.
a news helicopter. I'm trying to see exactly. It looks like a medical helicopter is what it looks like to me, as it's not. Okay. So we'll see. It may just be security, but that's what's going on here live in Butler, Pennsylvania. We're
here
just
is
1
the-
hour away from
here's the live
Pittsburgh.
video.
July 15th, mark this day down. July 15th, 2024. Shots ring out. And an
That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
That was it, ladies and gentlemen. What is that? It sounds like a 22 rifle or something like that. And he felt it. It grazed him, guys. It grazed him.
Moving his hair. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Go.
Secret Service everywhere.
We ready?
Okay, we are.
This doesn't
watching
even feel real, guys.
in Butler, Pennsylvania, where former President Trump was speaking on the stage.
This doesn't feel honestly, this doesn't feel real at all.
we're going to let you watch.
This is the current scene there right now.
There is a ambulance who is making its way toward that
This is what
medical
happens
helicopter. So we're going to continue
when
to
you
bring
move against the
live
deep state,
coverage
guys. This is
as
what
we-
happens.
As we are able to.
You need
wait
any
to
more
see where
confirmation
they are
of what
taking
happens when you go
President
against the most
Donald
powerful,
J.
disgusting
Trump.
people
Again,
in the
I am
entire
Vanessa
world.
Broussard reporting to you live from Butler.
This is what happens.
Pennsylvania.
They want to
Hate
call
bring
you the
this
fascist. They
news
want to
today,
call
but there
you
was an attempted assassination
everything they
of
are.
President Donald J. Trump here about 30 minutes ago, right after he took the stage. President Trump had just taken the stage
Wow.
and had announced that he could be living a luxurious life, but Joe Biden isn't doing a great job, which makes him feel that he needs to run for president for a third time. So
I'm going to pull up Twitter really quick and see what we have here. I believe, is this the video that I saw earlier with Donald Trump with blood on his right ear? It looks like this is the one. He got hit. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Trump. What a man. Before they hauled him off, he said, wait. He said, wait, and what a man. Wow.
Yes.
So we can get that out to our viewers as well. They will definitely give us more.
They're asking them to evacuate now, I believe.
Yes, they're starting to ask the media to evacuate. We are going to stay here and stay put until we see.
Yeah, we got it.
Yes, they're making us leave right now for.
You got it.
We do have to wrap because of security reasons.
Yes, but we will keep you all posted as we know more, for sure.
Yes. And the helicopter, medical helicopter.
Okay, we got it.
So we're going to start the studio right now. Nikki, any last words?
Prayers and love, and God bless President Trump. God bless America. God bless all of you. Thank you for watching RSBN today. We'll continue the coverage in our studio now live.
Pray for our president.
Okay, I'm gonna switch really quick to Fox News, guys, because they're taking this off.
Hold on. Okay, we'll just keep going. Okay. All right. So from what I saw and heard, at that point I realized it was real, and the Secret Service was up there. They jumped on top of President Trump when eventually he did come up. I did see a little bit of blood on his right ear. It did not appear he was bleeding from his ear. It looked like it was above. Could be anything, though. He might have cut himself being pushed down by the Secret Service.
We're going to do it live right now. Hold on. Okay, as you can see there, they are getting ready to go live for the Fox News channel. I do want to reiterate, though, that this is a developing story. So what we're going to hear from attendees here is just what they saw from their vantage point, but nothing has been confirmed just yet. So you did hear that gentleman mention something about perhaps the former president was bleeding, but that has not been confirmed. We are still waiting for official reports on this breaking news. I want to pull up again this tweet from Tim Scott, the senator and one of the potential vice presidential picks for the former president. He says here, please join me in praying for President Donald J. Trump and the safety of those at the Trump rally. I'd like to bring into the conversation now my colleague Austin Westfall. He is joining me inside of our newsroom. And Austin, you are following the latest on social media, also on the internet, all of the reports. What have you learned so far? What are we still looking to learn?
How did somebody get a gun inside this rally is what I want to know.
While we've been
How does that happen?
Looking at all of the reporting coming in from this incredibly scary situation, there are photos out there showing Trump's face close up. He did have blood on his face after this took place. We also saw, if you looked closely, right when those pops started happening, he immediately reached for his ear. He immediately reached for the ear. He went down, Secret Service tackling him, jumping on top of him, protecting him, and then he came back up, and that's the same side of his face where there appeared to be blood. And obviously Trump at that time was holding onto that side of his face, eventually giving a fist to the crowd as he was whisked away by the Secret Service. The Associated Press says that his motorcade has left the venue. His condition is not immediately known. We did see him say, as soon as he got up, he asked for his shoes. He was immediately whisked away by the Secret Service, as we said. The Secret Service really dogpiling on him and then protecting him from just about every angle imaginable. We're working our news wires here to see what new information.
Guys, this is so surreal to me. This is so surreal.
He was showing off a chart of border crossing numbers when those bangs initially started flowing out. Trump was immediately seen reaching with his right hand toward his neck. And then, as we mentioned, as soon as he stood up, there did appear to be blood on his face. And it is of note, Carell, that we saw immediately when those pops started happening, we saw him reach for that side of his face. We're still waiting for any type of confirmation, to figure out what exactly happened here. Obviously, everybody on the scene shocked, frightened as this was happening. President Trump was at this Butler, Pennsylvania rally running about an hour's time late, and then eventually he came out, started giving what you and I would know as a fairly run-of-the-mill Trump speech. We watched these things week in and week out, those bangs ringing out, and we immediately knew that something wasn't right. Of course, the Secret Service doing their job, immediately tackling the president. There's a lot of speculation out there as to what exactly these pops were. We're combing the news wires.
Guys, I'm watching Twitter as well right now too, just to see if there's anything breaking we can find out.
We're saying that Trump was quickly surrounded and escorted off of the stage by Secret Service personnel after these rounds of popping noises that we heard, Karel. And as you heard from the people that were on scene and heard this happen,
I'm going to keep this play in the background, but this was
frightening situation. I'll be back. I'm checking to see if anything comes through. We're obviously monitoring Truth Social as well.
That's the picture.
Through the former president's
ladies and gentlemen,
social media channels.
Donald Trump.
Now you're seeing some of the
looks like his right ear.
People like J.D. Vance and Tim Scott, who are reacting.
That looks like it could be some sort of
situation, Karel.
22 rounds.
I know that you're going to be on
the popping sound sounded just like a 22 caliber round to me. It was it's kind of a slight pop.
Just a little bit. In the meantime, I do want to get out to some of that reaction, though. That
of course, I don't know this.
On this day, as we follow the breaking news of popping noises heard at a Trump campaign rally over in Butler, Pennsylvania. Take a look at this. We do have J.D. Vance here speaking out on Twitter, another potential vice presidential pick for the former president. Here he says, everyone join me in praying for our President Trump and everyone at that
What a
rally.
hero. What an absolute hero.
Reaction does continue to pour in. We have, again, Tim Scott, another potential vice presidential pick for the former president.
God help him make it through this. I don't know where that bullet went or what happened with those pops, but I just pray to God that it didn't go into his head. I pray that it just grazed his ear.
Over at what was going to be just a run-of-the-mill rally, just as Austin did mention.
He makes it through this.
And then
overwhelming support. I mean, absolute overwhelming numbers for Donald Trump.
We are following this breaking news story, and there you see a photo of what Austin was just referencing. You can see what looks to be blood on the president's face, on his ear. He did go down as soon as we heard those popping noises and was touching his ear, as Austin had just mentioned. So we are trying to work and follow the latest. There has been no confirmation as to what those popping noises were. We are working to see if it was potentially something malicious, potentially something dangerous. That entire crowd in Butler has completely dispersed at this moment. If you are just joining us now, again, this is breaking news that we're following happening earlier this hour. Trump taking to the stage just after 6 p.m. Eastern time, just after 3 p.m. Pacific time. About 5 minutes into his speech, we heard those popping noises. The president went down and Secret Service agents rushed to the stage to protect him.
You guys are just joining us. This is what happened right here.
Here is what happened and what we're covering.
Oh, I'll go back to this.
And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
You hear that? Secret Service rushes the stage. It sounded just like a 22 round. Sounded just like a 22 round. This is bad, guys. This is bad.
Move it there. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Move. Go.
Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stair. Stair, get ready.
You ready?
Shooter down. Does that mean he is deceased?
shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we got to move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay, my shoes down.
Watch out.
Wait.
Yes. That's right, Trump. How did someone with a gun get through with all the Secret Service? How? I want to know.
All right, we wanted to show you that entire event in its entirety, a very tense and scary situation over in Butler, Pennsylvania, as we continue to monitor this breaking news and developing story, popping noises heard at a Trump campaign event. We have more reaction pouring into the newsroom. I want to take a couple of more tweets here. First up, we have the Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He says this: they tried to jail him. They tried to kill him. It will not work. He is indomitable.
They try to jail him. They try to ruin him. They try to take his money.
Praying for President Trump.
They probably tried to corrupt him.
From J.D. Vance.
What's the last thing left?
Scott, both of them.
What you see right here.
Vice presidential picks. We are working to get more information on this, but we are going to stay on this story until we learn more of that very scary and tense situation. I do see that more people are popping in to get this breaking news. And we do want to continue to provide all of the latest. Here, for some more context, I want to bring into the conversation once again my colleague Austin Westfall. He has been monitoring social media, the internet.
So I saw someone said,
all of the
did they get who did it?
New information that we have, Austin. I know that
from what I hear, the Secret Service was saying, shoot her down.
The White House press pool that travels with Biden was covering him as he was leaving Mass in Delaware. Biden was asked if he had been briefed about the incident. Biden simply responding, no. That is the only thing we've heard from Biden's camp so far. That's the only thing we've heard from the White House press pool so far. We've seen House Speaker Johnson posting on X that he's praying for Trump. We're seeing,
of course, it's going to come out that it's some random shooter.
High-ranking
That's what it's going to come out.
Lawmakers who are sending their prayers to the
always some random guy, right? Random.
Also, and there we have Speaker Johnson chiming in on X. We're still working to gather details about where this goes from here. We do know that the Secret Service and other law enforcement agencies have not immediately responded to messages from the Associated Press. We know that police began vacating the fairgrounds shortly after Trump left the stage in what local officers described as a crime scene.
Another breaking news, guys.
The crowd, as you saw, was cheering Carell.
Elon Musk
he got back up and
fully endorses Donald Trump. He retweets the video.
Has since left the venue in his condition.
I fully endorse President Trump and hope for his rapid recovery.
He stood up. He was speaking. He was mouthing some words as he was being whisked away, and he was pumping his fist as he was being whisked away as well. The last time we saw Trump, there was some blood coming down from his face. And it's important to mention because there was some early speculation, like, was he possibly bleeding from his face as a result of him falling to the ground? Well, if you watch the video closely, he immediately went for that ear. He grabbed for it as soon as those bangs started ringing out. Carell, we're still waiting for any official word from any law enforcement.
The problem with the .22 rifle, guys, I mean, that could enter his head. He might not be able to feel it's in there. That's what I'm worried about, because those are small rounds.
For that ear,
you might not know.
Noises. For everybody just joining us now, we are going to continue to replay those moments so you can.
That's why I'm concerned looking at that picture of his ear.
Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm gonna
if you look
it for you and bring it to you again. We are following this developing story
right there.
We are working to
looks like there's a hole in his ear right there.
You saw my colleague Austin Westfall there. He is scouring.
If that round entered behind his ear, it could have gone into his skull. That's what I'm worried about right here, guys, because because
anyone just joining us, we are
doesn't mean he drops right there.
News out of a
I'm hoping to God
for former
that
President
round did
Donald
not enter
Trump.
his
He
head.
was in Pennsylvania today. Let's watch the moments when chaos ensued.
And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Gunner is still shooting after everyone's down. I wonder if anybody behind Donald Trump got hit. Could that possibly be an air rifle? I can't tell. It's kind of hard to tell with the audio. That's when they say shoot her down.
We're clear. We're clear.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we got to move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay,
Watch out.
Wait.
Citizen Free Press. They're saying the same thing I said. They said, if you look here, 'cause this is what I'm worried about for real, guys. It says from Citizen Free Press, a lot of you guys know who they are. From this screenshot, it appears that the bullet may have entered Trump's skull at the top of the ear and exited through his cheek.
All right, I'd like to bring
Nothing
to the
has been
conversation
confirmed.
now a national security expert, Hal Kemper. But Hal, I know that you were also worked closely with terrorism. You've also worked with the Secret Service. You were watching this very closely as we all were here in the newsroom. This developing story, very tense, chaotic, very scary for everyone involved. Tell me, what are your initial thoughts when you see this happen at a campaign rally?
Well, campaign rallies, Corral, are always rather dangerous situations for the protectee because you have so many people there. And even though they try to do some sort of screening, a lot of times they'll have wands to try and see if they can detect firearms of everybody coming in.
We have an update from Secret Service. This was just posted on Twitter.
There's always a chance somebody could get in there. And then, of course, if we saw
a Secret Service update, an incident occurred the evening of July the 13th at Trump rally in Pennsylvania. The Secret Service has implemented protective measures and the former president is safe. This is now an active Secret Service investigation and further information will be released when available. So that's the latest from the Secret Service.
Materials like plastics or something like that. So we can only guess as to what happened. But yes, a firearm, a weapon can be gotten into a rally like this, despite all the precautions that are there. From what I saw, it looks like, or it sounds and looks like something hit hit President Trump. It sounds like something based on what I saw, and you couldn't see much, but it looked like it hit his ear, and it looked like
some YouTuber says not an air thing, but definitely a subsonic round, possibly a 22 PCP air rifle.
Like that,
I was thinking it was
be unlikely,
probably something like that, because it sounded like a small caliber round
for what's called a headshot,
or a powerful
they're trying to shoot him in the
pellet
head,
gun or something like that. One of those.
Was assassinated. That was a headshot that basically was used in that assassination. And there's been a number of attempts on presidents, as you know. President Reagan, there was an attempt on him. He was shot. There was an attempt on President Gerald Ford, where fortunately the gun jammed. and it didn't happen. And then you go back in history, you know, McKinley, of course, Lincoln.
Guys, we don't know. This could just be a warning shot. This could be the deep state saying, listen,
George Wallace was shot, and
you either comply or you get more of this.
Put into a wheelchair for the rest of his life. So, you know, that's why the Secret Service works so hard. I mean, they go through extensive training. The agents that are assigned to the presidential detail are vetted to make sure that they are, you know, able in every way, shape, and form to do the job for which they're assigned. And of course, what you saw there is they're trying to get the president or the former president out of there as quickly as possible. Where he is at on the stage is essentially the kill zone. That's essentially wherever the assassin was aiming is that area. And they want to get him out of there. They want to get him to what's called the Beast, the armored vehicle, where basically that's a safe area where there's a lot of armor. Small arms certainly won't get into all the details of what that's capable of, but basically it protects the protectee, if you will. In this case, the former president. They want to get him out of there. They want to get him to safety. One thing you didn't see that you might see with the sitting president would be a more robust medical capability that would be with the actual president. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Even though he's a former president, he's not in any chain of command. So there is a protection detail, but it's not the same as you would see with the actual president.
As I'm scouring Twitter to see if there's anything else, any updates, because this is
DC when President Trump.
I can't believe this.
He was just driving by, just happened to be near the White House, and I'll just say it's a fairly extensive entourage for a sitting president when they're in office, and that was when he was in office. So you don't see that, but you will have medically trained. Secret Service are all medically trained. They get a lot of specialized. I don't know if it would be fair to say trauma, but emergency medicine, the things that they might have to do to help the president or anybody else out who might be hit with a weapon, whether it be a firearm, project bullet, if you will, or an improvised explosive device or anything else that might hit the protectee. They get a lot of training in that. But if you look here, when you see when Secret Service gets up there, first they're shielding him. They get around him. They're all wearing vests. So basically, they're using their vests and their bodies to protect President Trump. And then what they're doing is once they have assessed that they can move him out of the situation, they're getting him out. Now, one of the things, it's a political rally. And I think President Trump's first instincts were to show the crowd that he was all right, that he wasn't, that the would-be assassins or whoever had not won the day, so to speak. And so there was a little bit of a struggle, I think, with the Secret Service agents to get him to stay down. So
guys, it's just all, look at this, all of Twitter right now.
Into the vehicle, into the armored vehicle, so he can be rushed out of the scene.
Al, we're going to keep you on here, of course, throughout this.
This is all of Twitter right now talking about this. This is how I found out right here. George, many of you know him, he posted this video. I was just hanging out, relaxing. I've been working a lot lately, so I decided I skipped this rally to stream. I brought up Twitter, and I saw this video, and it didn't register immediately. It didn't register. I mean, who would think? And I see a weird crowd right here. This is not a scene you see every day. A bunch of Secret Service crowded around the president like this. And then I noticed there was blood on his face. And I'm like, wait a second. Didn't register. I didn't know what I was looking at. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? And then I started seeing that there were reports of an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Wow. Elon Musk endorsed him as soon as that happened.
question for Hal is...
This is him right here. Fist bump, fist pumping.
Where does the investigation go from here, Hal? What are they just starting? And I presume this will be a very lengthy investigation.
Austin, as near as I can tell, unless you...
Yeah, it's going to be a very lengthy investigation that turns up a random shooter. Random. It's always random, guys. Of course, it has nothing to do with
so the first thing they're going to do is
anything else.
Basically contain the scene. Obviously, they're going to see if anybody else was injured, hurt, whatever it is. But they're going to try and gather evidence, but they're also going to detain anyone who's there. An assumption they might have, which would be a good assumption, is that the perpetrator or perpetrators could be in the crowd. That did sound, and you can only tell so much from the audio that we have from the cameras and everything. It did kind of sound like it might have been a small arm, like a pistol or something, or some smaller improvised device.
22. It had to be a 22.
It didn't sound like it was something, and I may be wrong. It could just be the audio the way it is, but it didn't sound like it was a sniper rifle, if you will, from a long distance or something like that. We will learn more as this thing's unfolding. I may be completely wrong. It just may be the way the sound traveled or whatever.
I'm seeing this.
It did sound like it was something.
This is something that Tucker Carlson talked about just 6 months ago. I guess he was ridiculed for it on the Adam Carolla show.
They called him names. He won anyway. They impeached him twice on ridiculous pretenses. They fabricated a lot about what happened on January 6th in order to impeach him again. It didn't work. He came back. Then they indicted him. It didn't work. He became more popular. Then they indicted him 3 more times, and every single time his popularity rose. So if you begin with criticism, then you go to protest, then you go to impeachment, now you go to indictment, and none of them work, what's next? I mean, graph it out, man. We're speeding toward assassination, obviously, and no one will say that, but I don't know how you can reach that conclusion. You know what I mean? Like, they have decided, permanent Washington, both parties have decided that there's something about Trump that's so threatening to them, they just can't have him. They called him names.
We're speeding towards assassination. That's exactly what happened tonight. Our Blessed Hope, thank you so much for the donation.
Did not try to take the weapon with him. And it could be very well, in this case, that whoever used that weapon, used it, it sounded like there was more than one shot. There was multiple shots, and could have very well just left the weapon there. And that's something that Secret Service and law enforcement will be going through, collecting evidence.
And none of them work. What's next?
Try and find the perpetrator.
I mean, graph it out.
I would be surprised if somebody's talking about doing some sort of tests on everybody's hands and stuff, if they can pick up gunpowder residue or something like that, just to figure out who was responsible for this. This is a pretty high profile.
All right, guys, I got some more breaking news right here. It looks like we have Trump's motorcade. Let's read this first. Hold on, before I bring this full screen. Trump's motorcade can be seen speeding away after a shooting at the rally with the undisclosed destination at this point. Reports indicate that multiple people have been shot. The Secret Service has declared the rally venue an active crime scene, asking everybody, including the press, to leave. So this is a video right here. This is the latest what we have. So that's the whole motorcade right there with Donald Trump, Secret Service, ambulances in tow. Wow. Let me bring this full screen.
Scary situation of this as a campaign rally for former President Trump over in Butler, Pennsylvania. If you are just joining us, we did carry.
Wow.
This entire chaos unfolded.
And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people.
While we're waiting, I'm just trying to get any information on this stuff, guys.
Chart's a couple of months old, and if you
scouring the internet, scouring Twitter.
Take a look at what happened.
This was the incident right here. You see Donald Trump immediately grab his ear. Apparently there are reports of multiple injuries, so those behind Trump probably in the line of fire. And then there is a shot. Notice there was a shot right at the end there. Kind of apart from all the other shots. It was rapid. There was like 5 or 6 rapid shots or 3 or 4 rapid shots. And then Trump goes down. The Secret Service huddle around him. And then there's one shot, another shot, kind of separate.
I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold on, your head is bloody.
So we got to move to the bus.
They try to take his money from him, his dignity, his freedom, and now they're trying to take his life. Plain and simple, that's what's going on right now. If you ever had a question before, that question should be answered.
All right, watching there the very scary moments at the Trump campaign rally from earlier today over in Butler, Pennsylvania. The former president being escorted by Secret Service, being escorted inside of the motorcade there, trying to get
look
to
what
safety.
happened to our country.
I know we are going to continue to show you more of that scene a little throughout this evening.
I'm looking how the news is covering this on Google.
I do want to bring up a tweet right now as we continue to learn more. This is from Meredith McGraw, but just in from the
This is what Google is saying right here.
President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders.
Possible gunshots. Secret Service rushes off stage on stage after popping noises. ABC News: Trump rushed off stage by Secret Service as bangs heard at Pennsylvania rally.
Also counterterrorism expert and someone.
USA Today: this is how they report it. Trump removed from stage by Secret Service after loud noises startle former president.
And try to learn exactly what happened.
That's how the news reports something like this when it happens to Donald Trump, right?
What we're seeing here in terms of the response
downplay it.
From Secret Service agents and
sick.
Also,
these are sick people, guys. Absolutely sick people.
Possibly been. I know that you described where that could have come from as we still learn from this investigation.
Okay, Correll, when we look at it, one of the things I was looking for in the background is to see which way the audience is reacting. Okay, you see where he's standing. He's a little bit off.
Okay, guys, we have. I got another.
Okay, see, he's looking off to his right.
I got another update right here. Let me drag this on the scene. This is video footage.
And that's where you see he reaches up to his ear.
Video footage of an individual being dragged out from Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. This is brand new right here. What is this? So it looks like, if you look here, it's kind of not the greatest video, but there's somebody being dragged out. You can't really tell what it, I mean, they're carrying the guy or the girl. I can't really tell the gender of this person.
Was he shot? Was he wounded? Then we heard him on the microphone, Shannon, saying, "Let me grab my shoes," as they tried to take him off. So we're just trying to figure out what happened.
Does it look like he has blood on his arm?
To me,
I can't tell because they did say shooter was down.
What's going on? Was he shot? Was he wounded? Then we heard him on the microphone, Shannon, saying, "Let me grab my shoes," as they tried to take him off. So
it looks like he has blood on his arm. So that could mean that the shooter was down.
evidence.
Wow.
When he reached up to his ear, it could have been that the shot came from his right, and it could have been instinctively that some of those behind him immediately turned that direction because maybe that's where they thought they heard the pops or the sound coming from. With that said, maybe it was a weapon that was further out. Maybe it was something that's not in the crowd. It's too early to tell.
Another shot of the ear right here.
I would say they're going to freeze the situation. They're going to collect evidence. They're going to be talking to everybody there. They're probably going to be doing some sort of check to see if there's any residual.
That's a shot of the
residue,
ear.
Gunpowder residue on anybody's hands, coats, whatever, to try and figure out if there was a shooter within the crowd. But I do find it interesting that he was literally turning off to the right. He reaches up to his ear. That's where, we saw blood later.
Scouring Twitter and the internet for more.
And then you saw people standing behind him instinctively start looking to the right. And of course, the thing you see today that you wouldn't have seen, say, way back is everybody grabs their phones and they're going to be looking out there. And that's another thing that investigators, Secret Service are going to be trying to do is to look at everybody's phone. Everybody was basically doing live action motion video and audio, that was out there. You see that immediately. Certainly you see it before the shot or the shots, and then you see after the shots. I mean, literally people are popping up with their phones up. And I can tell you that that's something that they're used to now. Years back, if somebody popped up holding something like that in their hand.
All right, we got more breaking news, guys.
By law enforcement, because they would say, "It's like, what is that?"
So this is, according to Colin Rugg, he's someone I follow on Twitter. He's always like cutting edge. I mean, he's a fantastic account. Breaking: one person is reported dead, according to Butler County District Attorney at Trump's rally. A body of someone believed to be in the crowd was videotaped being carried out of the event. Okay, this is what I believe we saw. Former President Trump was seen grabbing the side of his head as shots rang out. So this is another vantage point of the person. So this looks like it's someone behind Donald Trump. So that looks like where Donald Trump was up on the podium, up on the platform, stage, speaking. So these shots came from some sort, probably a trajectory in front of Donald Trump, maybe in front of him to the side. Those bullets, they got to go somewhere. One of them either hit Donald Trump or maybe a couple of them. I don't know. We don't know yet. But there was people, a whole group of people behind Donald Trump. So it looks like that person may have been deceased, may have been in the line of fire. Wow. All right, guys, I'm going to bring Fox News back up on here.
Instinctively turned the direction of where they thought they heard something coming from. And it looks like there's a lot of indications right off that it may have been a shot that came from the right side. Okay, and you see him go down immediately. So, and that's probably one of the reasons that you only see what you see is because there was probably somebody there. And we can't see everything, but you see how fast he went down. Secret Service reacted very quickly to get him out of the line of sight of any would-be shooter and to get him covered. You see where they're basically putting their bodies, and with that, the ballistic vests that they all wear to basically provide a human shield, if you will, for President Trump. Now they're trying to ascertain where the shots came from. Normally what you'll see in a situation like this, at some point here, they got to get him out of what we call the kill zone. They want to move him out of the box, and they want to get him over into the beast, the vehicle, the armored vehicle that would be safety. So as soon as they can ascertain it's safe to move him, they're immediately moving him off the stage to get him over there. As sometimes happens with victims, they want to, like you heard him say, I need to get my shoes and stuff like that. That's very common. You'll see that not just in shooting situations, but you'll see that in disasters and stuff. That people will try and pick up whatever it is. They might want to get their shoes or their, or their purse or whatever it is. They'll try and, and it's like you got to get them out, and that's something Secret Services trains for, is to move the protectee in the direction they need to move.
So I wonder what this
regardless
means
of what
for
the
any more
protectee
rallies.
Really wants to do.
Is it too dangerous?
They don't have time to get their shoes. They just need to get them out of there, get them out of the kill zone, if you will, get them into where
It's either
safe,
too dangerous
which
or
is exactly what they did. But I can tell you right now that
heavily
Secret
increased
Service
security.
Look at this video just as closely
Wow.
as you and I are. And
The shock is slowly wearing off, ladies and gentlemen.
Saying, okay, you need to
Slowly.
look this direction.
But it's still
And I
a
wouldn't be
surreal moment.
surprised if they've had people fanned out on that right side, going out quite some way, and they're looking at everything they can. They're trying to quickly gather whatever video they can. They're looking at online feeds. A lot of times people are posting these things live to social media. So they're doing a scan of all social media that's picking it up. And of course, they're also looking if there's any claims of responsibility for an attempt on President Trump.
Tucker Carlson.
And, going through anything like that.
Tucker
And of
Carlson
course,
has posted
there'll be
about
some
it
people
right
out there
here.
who may claim responsibility.
He posted about it 44 minutes ago. He posted the photo of Donald Trump pumping his fist.
Looking at everything that's going on, and they're also going to be trying to take a look at the wound.
That's a real hero right there.
And they're going to make some determinations of the ballistics of whatever hit him. Was it something small, like maybe if it was something small like a 22, that would immediately, which is a very small caliber round. But it is something that is favored by, certainly by assassins, if you will, but is something that's favored by someone who might have a very small concealed weapon, whatever that weapon might be. It's a smaller round which aids concealment, which is something you might see in a situation like this.
Al, I want you to stick with us as we continue to speak on the events of this, but right now we are approaching or just at 7:15 over on the East Coast, 4:15 here on the West Coast. Stick with us here, but I do want to go ahead and re-rack this entire scenario for anyone that is just joining us now. We do know that the former president, his team says that he is fine after that incident at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. I want to go ahead and bring up this video again. We have been watching it on our screen, but
so she just said this is from Fox News, so I assume it's true. He's fine.
And how scary this moment was for both the president, the former president there, and also all of the people that attended this rally. Let's watch.
What happened to our country?
I mean, what an absolute, what a hero, guys. It's over. That's it. He's a martyr. Failed assassination attempt.
Take a look at what happened.
And his reaction, absolutely epic. Look at his reaction at the end here. Absolutely the perfect show of strength at the end when he gets shot by some lunatic who we don't know who works for. We don't know what's going on with this guy. Apparently he is dead, so we might never find out. We probably will never find out the whole story. Let's just be honest here. It's either just some random lunatic, which I find highly dubious, someone who works for someone else, let's just put it that way, or someone with massive TDS. And if they have TDS, Trump derangement syndrome is a lot worse than we initially thought. You can laugh at it when it's people that just have this massive reaction to Trump, but when it's like this, it's not funny anymore. But look at this reaction from Donald Trump. This is a true hero. This is a true leader right here. He says he wants his shoes, and he says they try to drag him off. Look at him. Fist bump. Yes, that's my president right there. You. He says, wait. Let me look at my people and raise the fist. USA. Yes. What a guy. Wow. What an absolute bad A reaction by Donald Trump, man. Wow.
All right, there you have it. A very scary, intense situation over in Butler, Pennsylvania. You see Secret Service members escorting the former president into Secret Service motorcade, getting him to safety after we heard those popping noises coming from somewhere at this event. We're still trying to learn more of those details.
So I'm still scouring for you guys. I'm trying to find anything new.
Some tweets because we are getting reaction across the board. This first one we have is from a Fox News correspondent, Bill Malugin. He does have the statement from the Secret Service here detailing this entire event and this situation unfolding just after 6 p.m. Eastern time today. That campaign rally was supposed to be held earlier at around 5 p.m., but it was pushed back, and about 5 minutes into the former president speaking is when we heard those popping noises. So we have here the statement in full. It's a bit cut off, but I will read it to you in full. It says this: an incident occurred the evening of July 13th at a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. The Secret Service has implemented protective measures, and the former president is safe. This is how an active Secret Service investigation and further information will be released when available. Continuing on with some more reaction from Twitter, we also have another Fox News correspondent here, Jackie Heinrich, saying just now from the White House, the president has received an initial briefing on the incident at former President Trump's rally. We're waiting to learn more about what Biden has to say on this situation. Then we have here a tweet from Team Trump via his spokesperson. President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. And then we also have a tweet from his son, Donald Trump Jr., with a photo here from that rally saying he'll never stop fighting to save America. In this photo, you can also see the blood on the former president's face at the top of his right ear. We did see the moments when he reached for that right ear and he went down behind the podium trying to take cover in this situation. It was very quick, very chaotic. We played it for you here as all of that went down. Let's bring back into the conversation now our national security expert, counterterrorism expert, and also someone who has worked closely with the Secret Service, Hal Kempfert, continues to join me here. Hal, let's keep dissecting the situation as we wait to learn any more official news from investigators looking into this. So I think another question that our viewers may have is, how can this happen with the amount of security that we have at these political events? How is it possible that someone could carry out a heinous act, possibly somewhere?
Patrick Bet-David, he has a reaction to this.
There's metal.
This is his reaction. I don't know if you guys know Valuetainment. Great, great channel. Shots fired at Trump rally. Character assassination failed. Attempt to deplete savings failed. Attempt to silence failed. Only option left. And I've heard him actually say this in his podcast before. He said it. I've heard many people say it. Tucker Carlson, Tim Pool, Joe Rogan, Patrick Bet-David, all of these people, not all of them are even right wing. Like Joe Rogan, I wouldn't consider right wing, but he said this exact thing. But Patrick Bet-David says only option left.
Probably assume that
actual assassination attempt
was, one. They
failed.
He got winged.
Wow.
In the air, and there would be a lot of blood loss if you got shot in or around your ear. So that's what we're seeing there. But now look in the scene. See where all those people in the back, on to his right, our left side of the screen. Now, instinctively, if there's something like this going on, people want to see what's happening, and you see a lot of people looking down, trying to see what's going on with President Trump. But what you see is a lot of people, as you look to the left-hand side, they're looking out because there's something that got their attention. And that something may have been a shooter. And if you look at where his head was positioned, looking off to the right, when he reached up to his ear and we heard the popping noise, that is indicative that somebody could have been out there that may have shot something. That would also probably explain why we've heard nothing more about anybody. As you see, he's surrounded by people. So if there were shots from, say, down below up to him, you would expect with multiple shots, somebody in and around him or behind him.
Guys, every time I see this video,
and there's been no reports that anybody was hit,
I don't even know what to.
which would
I don't even feel like I'm living in real life.
There,
every time I see it.
A couple of couple of channels, if you will, where if a shot was fired, that a round that was not stopped would and kept going would have probably landed somewhere where it wouldn't have impacted anyone, and that would be indicative of something coming off. Based on what we're seeing, we don't know. We don't have enough information yet, but based on what we're seeing, something coming off from the right-hand side. And so that they're going to be looking for the round. They're going to be looking what everybody's doing. And by the way, you saw that picture that was posted that shows him with the blood smeared on his face, and you see his ear, and he's up on the stage. I don't know if that was the official photographer.
All right, what are you guys saying about this? I want to hear from you guys.
Actually been taken from somebody who was down.
I'm still here looking at Twitter.
They may have posted that immediately on social media, and that
making sure I get anything breaking coming out.
As we would have
said, I don't see anything right now, but as soon as I do, I'll bring it up. What are you guys saying?
And so that tells you how fast this is. It also tells you how Secret Service and others will be looking for any information, anything they can gather and glean that can give them any idea of where the shot came from, what the circumstances are, and of course they're trying.
See a link posted by Michelle.
Is this a one-off? Was it just a lone wolf doing something at a political rally, or is this part of something much larger?
I don't know why this didn't come up on my feed. This is looks like this is breaking news here. This is from Dan Scavino Jr. Statement from Trump campaign. President Trump. Let me bring it full screen here.
If you may recall, not too many months
ago,
there was.
President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details to follow. Wow.
Would upset the government, if you will, but he is, they're down to two candidates for president. It is an election year, and so it could be something that has very, obviously something that probably has some sort of political motive with that, and that makes him wonder.
And it looks like this video is being shared, or I guess this was, from what I've been seeing on Twitter, this was the shooter, confirmed dead. So I wasn't sure if it was an audience member, someone behind Trump, or because it's kind of hard to tell, but not 100% confirmed yet. Tentatively, this looks like this was the shooter, confirmed dead, being carried away. That's what I'm seeing on Twitter. Lots of people are posting it, so I assume.
Figure out if you're okay, what's going on? Was he shot? Was he wounded? Then we heard him on the microphone, Shannon, saying, "Let me grab my shoes," as they tried to take him off. So we're just trying to figure out what happened. To me, and you're trying to figure out if you're okay, what's going on? Was he shot? Was he wounded? Then we heard him on the microphone, Shannon.
Pool that the president is getting an updated briefing from the following individuals: Kimberly Cheadle, she's the director of the United States Secret Service. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who is with the Department of Homeland Security, as well as Liz Sherwood Randall, who is the assistant to the president and Homeland Security advisor. So Hal, Homeland Security, Secret Service, what are going to be these agencies' respective roles in an ongoing investigation of this magnitude?
Well, Secret Service has lead. And I should mention the Secret Service is part of the Department of Homeland Security. So what
here's another
chain of command.
Another angle of them carrying out the shooter right here. This looks like a different angle than before. I can't tell. I don't know if that's the same one or a different one. It looks a little bit different.
Be there because he is the cabinet member that for Homeland Security, and overall this is something that he has larger cognizant authority over. But they're also looking at a variety of other things. Remember, next week is the RNC, the Republican National Convention. Now, I'm not sure what level that is, but sometimes these things, depending on what's going on, can be designated a national security special event. If that happens, security for that is led by the Secret Service. because of the serious nature of what it is. If you see things like the Super Bowl or major sports events or things like that, that high profile that terrorists might try to take advantage of, many times they will be designated national security special events. And the Secret Service has the lead for that. But with that, they are backed up by everything else within the Department of Homeland Security. And in fact, they may grab special agents from other departments like Homeland Security investigations or other parts and components, if you will, of Department of Homeland Security, and to buttress up the total force that's out there that they can use, that they can utilize in protecting the event or protecting the protectee or protecting both, I should say, in these situations. And I imagine right now, if I was in charge of security at the Republican National Convention, I think by this point I would have.
Yeah, you gotta lock down that RNC.
And there would be some very rapid planning going on for next week.
Yeah, this changes, guys. This changes the entire game right here. This it's no longer words. No longer words being slung back and forth. This just got real.
The threat con, if you want to call it that.
Just got real
in terms of what that's going to look like. And they're also looking at every other political event in the country. This is not just one thing. They're going to be looking at whatever President Biden's doing. They're going to be looking at whatever Vice President Harris is doing. They're going to be looking at any major high-profile political events. I would imagine they're looking at all the potential vice president.
This was a picture that was posted by a Trump rally attendee.
That might be picked as the Republican vice
They say
president.
at the Trump rally, assassination attempt with several shots fired. Guy in the bleachers next to me hit in the head and killed.
You need to kind of, pardon the expression, hunker down.
So this was.
You don't need to go out and do things. You might want to take a heightened security posture, and if they don't have security, they should probably do that. Now, if they are a sitting governor or something like Governor Youngkin, he would have his own state security force that would probably heighten his personal security. And then, of course, for those who might be a senator, the Capitol Hill Police has personal security individuals who might be immediately assigned to some of these, those who might be on the short list or those who might be higher profile. And then they're going to be also looking at, leaders in Congress and in fact,
it looks like I'm seeing that. It looks like there was a shooter on the rooftop of some sort of pole barn. I can't confirm anything yet because I don't see this being posted by anyone else. But it looks like the shooter could have been on top of some sort of metal building.
Commensurately until they figure
kind of like a corrugated or R-panel metal building.
What the circumstances are.
I'm seeing a video of him, a body lying on top of a metal building.
I don't think they have a perpetrator or perpetrators in custody, from what I gather.
But I'm waiting for it to be tweeted out by someone who I actually trust. I don't know if that's true.
We're seeing some initial reporting, and if a producer in the room can correct me here, I'm seeing some reporting from the Washington Post to indicate that Trump was grazed by gunfire, but is safe. An audience member, according to WAPO, was killed, and the shooter is dead. Another person is in serious condition. We're working to get that confirmed ourselves, but the Washington Post is reporting that for now. So just to back up, an audience member dead, okay. The shooter dead, another person in serious condition, according to the Washington Post. So Hal, when you hear that the shooter is dead, what comes to mind? How could this thing have gone down? We really don't have a lot of details to go off of right now.
No, but that's a lot of information. And that really does narrow down the possible scenario. That kind of gives me an idea of maybe where the round may have come from. Obviously, it hit somebody, an audience member. We don't know where in the audience they were, where it came from. But somebody around him obviously was, and that the person was killed. What's not clear here is was somebody else possibly wounded. The fact the shooter is dead, that could be a couple of things. In some cases, they will take their own lives after they do something like this. In other cases, it could be what we didn't see was when you heard that initial gunfire, perhaps some of that follow-on gunfire was actually law enforcement or Secret Service out there taking down the shooter. So we're getting a lot more information.
We got another
as far as
shot,
what this is looking
another
like. And the fact
view
that
of this.
They have shot the shooter.
Mute this one. This is another view of what happened here.
Ted, what's going on?
Get Roman now. Stay here.
Just get Roman.
So that's shot by somebody in the crowd.
Relax. Ted, what's going down? Ted, what's going on?
Wow.
Associated Press. We have here shooter dead and rally attendee killed at Trump event in Pennsylvania, Butler County District Attorney tells the AP. So we are going to continue on this conversation, of course, but for right now, for anyone that has just joined us, I do want to go ahead and re-rack that entire chaos, that incident that happened earlier today. We have been showcasing on the screen, but of course without sound. And I think it's very important for the audience to just hear in full exactly what happened.
Which is why, even though at times people
let's go to BBC News here and see what's going on.
Ends up having to dot all I's and cross all T's to make sure that every aspect of an event is secure.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it. I want to bring in Elizabeth Neumann now, former Department of Homeland Security in the Trump administration. Elizabeth, what more can you tell us about the security procedures and how perhaps the investigation might play out from here?
Well, we're going to be seeing a lot more digging into the suspect, the shooter who we have been told has passed. We're going to be looking to find out where he has been, find out where he obtained the weapons that he used, looking into phones and computers and his online engagement. We know just historically the last 10 years, most mass attacks, most lone actor attacks do tend to radicalize online. They spend a lot of time online. They plan their attacks from various sites online. So I imagine Secret Service and their supporting law enforcement agencies will be digging into his online profile, as well as where he's been the last few days, if he has any associates, if anybody had some indications that something was wrong. We know that most mass attackers tend to have leakage before they commit an attack, which is why we always ask the public, if you detect that somebody in your life is not doing well, and they start to mention things that are concerning, like they might be trying to plan something to take.
There's another video I found. So this is a ER doctor who tried to save someone at the Trump rally. He says someone over there was screaming, he's been shot, he's been shot.
So this is a time.
So I made my way over there. I saw him and said, I'm an emergency department physician. So let's see what he says.
That's exactly where I heard him come from.
What did you see, sir?
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, he's been shot, he's been shot. So I made my way over. I said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you. The guy had spun around, was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There's lots of blood, and he had brain matter there. And so I got him.
He's covered in blood. Look at his white shirt.
I got people there really helpful. I got him up on the bench.
Shot that you saw?
Then I did CPR, did chest compressions, as well as I breathed for him. One person. I was the only one that did it.
We need to evacuate everybody.
That's exactly where I heard him come from.
What did you see, sir?
Wow. Let's go back to BBC.
Spike in threats aimed at political figures in this country. That, along with the ongoing war in Israel, the resurgence of ISIS.
How are they?
Basically, a lot of sources have been.
How are they tying this to the war in Israel? That doesn't have anything.
The FBI director said he's never seen a situation where virtually every threat zone is elevated. And right now, because this is has the potential of being an assassination plot, we don't know the details of that yet. That's not officially confirmed, but I can tell you that it will be looked at in that way. This is only going to increase the concerns that we're in this very sinister and concerning moment that law enforcement is going to have to factor in.
So, guys, this is apparently the video I was telling you guys about earlier that I saw. I don't know if this was posted by Roz Alerts. They're a pretty trustworthy channel over there, or a trustworthy Twitter account. So it looks like yes, and Nick Sorter is posting it too. So if you see, I hope YouTube doesn't ding me for this one, but on top of this barn here, let me make this full screen. So it looks like this corrugated or R-panel type barn or building, large building, that's where he was perched.
Live rounds were apparently fired from outside the security perimeter, which may help explain some of the dynamics at play here. And we know that magnetometers were in place for the event, but it's believed, one of the angles of investigation now is that live rounds were possibly fired from outside the security perimeter, and that's where the investigation stands at the moment.
And Aaron, you have also been to a lot of these different events, not just various political events from former President Trump, but also his court hearings in New York and the security measures that have been in place at each and every one of them. Talk more about the typical response and how law enforcement would prepare for an event like this.
The planning for these events is always evolving, and it is sometimes months, if not years, in the making, especially for a planned event like a political convention or some kind of rally. And this is what the Secret Service does on a daily basis. And I know colleagues.
You guys want to see how CNN reported on this? Secret Service rushes Trump off stage after he falls at rally.
And the political climate in the country.
What a joke.
Made authorities concerned.
Absolute joke CNN is, and all of the MSN, man. Absolute joke.
All of this, of course. So this is still very early, but this is now being investigated as a possible assassination attempt, and the suspicion now is that live rounds were fired, apparently from outside the security perimeter.
Aaron Katersky, thank you. And once again, to our viewers who may just be turning in, wondering what's going on here. This incident happening in Butler, Pennsylvania. This was supposed to be a major rally for former President Trump ahead of the Republican National Convention. There were hints that perhaps he might select a possible running mate.
Let's go to you guys for a bit. What do you guys think is going on here? I haven't really been paying attention to the chat very much.
And then we heard from witnesses and from our Rachel Scott, who was inside the venue.
I've just been scouring, just trying to figure out what the heck is actually happening here.
Gunshots. Then you see in these images and the videos the Secret Service swarming around the former president who reached for his right ear.
Carolyn,
as he went down
I suspect they will now double or triple the Secret Service coverage. They should.
Over him before escorting him off the stage.
How does something like this happen is my question.
Trump got up.
Do they not cover that part of the audience
pumping his fist
where that building is? Metal building, perfect spot for a shooter.
Right ear. And again, from the district attorney in Butler County telling ABC News, and this is the only source so far that we've had about the shooter being killed and a possible bystander and maybe another who was also injured in this shooting. But the district attorney giving us that information, saying that they were looking into this right now and told that there was chaos out there as they were investigating the next steps in this case. So once again, if you're just joining us, the former president spokesperson tells us that he is fine. He is safe right now, but no information in terms of an apparent injury, although we did see that blood in some of the photographs that we've seen flash across the screen here. This is a developing story. I want to bring in Brad Garrett, who's one of our law enforcement contributors. Brad, you're familiar with many investigations of a large scale. We've heard right now from a number of sources that law enforcement they're at least looking at this, Brad, as a potential assassination attempt. How does an investigation like that move forward from here?
So obviously what the real key is it contained? Do you know enough at this point? Is this a lone shooter? Is this shooter part of a group? So you want to look at that immediately. Based on what the local district attorney is saying, if that is accurate, that you have a shooter down and maybe 2 other people down, that may get answered, I will tell you, through law enforcement, because it's very conceivable that the shooter and these 2 quote-unquote bystanders would be shot by law enforcement, because they're going to go to the shot, and there's going to be people, there's going to be snipers around these locations, and so they maybe just immediately beat it in on somebody. But to your question about where they're going to go from here, that's going to be,
guys on Twitter, this is absolutely disgusting right now.
Doesn't like the former president, or is he?
I want you to see this right here.
Like the former president, which then could obviously spin into something
staged.
Else. This may be a lone
staged
actor.
is trending. You see that right there? Staged. People, the left, that's how they're going to try to spin this. This was staged. They're saying it was staged. Absolutely disgusting behavior.
Follow-up question on that exact point, whether they're looking
this person, Francis,
if others may have been involved.
Got a verified account on Twitter.
Still getting information
this
right
is
now.
such a perfect photo. It's hard to believe it's not staged.
One thing that I thought was interesting there, and we talked about this with
this person, that shooting so effing staged.
The Secret Service, right? You have multiple law enforcement agencies.
Tim Pool is even talking about this. Staged is trending. They scream Trump is Hitler. They riot and destroy. Then they claim their own attacks are staged. Unbelievable. How much of this are we going to take?
In the minutes, the
like for real,
the days after an event of this magnitude.
So certainly during
it's pure projection every time the left opens their mouth. Pure projection.
People, and they're going to coordinate this with the city, county, and state jurisdictions. In obviously this case, the state of Pennsylvania. They will have practiced, trained.
This person says this is the most staged-ish I've ever seen.
Rallies have worked together.
So yeah, that's the react from the left wing of Twitter. Believe it or not, but that's it.
And around the president, but the next layer or 2 layers or rings around security are going to be quite possibly other law enforcement agencies. And to my previous conversation with you, it may have been one of them that got to the shooter, or these 2 quote unquote bystanders. But that's the real key. Now, obviously, people reacted quickly. I'll say one other thing without knowing anymore. With that, the shooter may have been some distance away, which is certainly fortunate for the former president. If he'd have been any closer, this would be a bigger tragic event, of course. But the whole key right now is
so this is the photos, guys, up close. So this was the
absolutely Brad Garrett
the hit.
For us.
You guys haven't seen it yet. That was the hit.
Go to Leonard
and this is a close up. That's the part that I'm worried about right there. Where did that bullet enter?
Leonard, can you hear me?
Yellow circle. Where exactly did that bullet enter? Did it just graze him? Because that looks like that's a hole in his ear.
Can you just walk us through what happened and what you saw?
Sure, absolutely. So everybody was excited to see the former president coming out. We were all, excited, and we were all happy. We were all joyful. We were all there for each other. Then the former president was giving his speech. And moments later, there was some, popping sounds that were going off. There were about maybe 6 or 7 to 8 shots that were happening. None of us really registered at the time, but then all people were saying, "Get down, get down." Even I was saying, "Get down." Other people were saying, "Get down" as well. And, we were all praying. We were praying to Yeshua, the Lord Jesus, and we were praying to him to keep us safe, keep us protected. But unfortunately, what happened was, someone did get shot. What I do hear is that I think 2 people did get shot, that to the best of my knowledge. And I believe that, the former president, which I'm glad he is safe. So.
Now, Leonard, and again, we don't have all these things confirmed yet, so this is your perspective here. But when you say that you believe that 2 people were shot, could you actually see people, potential victims?
What I seen, and to the best of my knowledge, sir, is that and again, I was hearing it from other news sources as well. But what I seen, when I first seen, there was blood on a couple of people. You know, someone was shot just like about 5 feet right behind us, to be honest with you. So we were that close. And thank God we weren't shot either.
And where were you located? We're looking at the video right now. This is the former president being brought back to his feet after those shots were fired. Were you on the stands behind Donald Trump, or were you in front of him?
If you're looking exactly at him, we'd be on the left side, actually. We were the left side of the other stands where you've seen those big TVs.
So the left side of the stands facing the president or behind the former president?
Facing the president. We were more on the sides, looking on the side of the president, so facing him.
And Leonard, let me just ask you too. Obviously, you go to we've been talking about this, the division in this country, the polarization. But here you are. Obviously, you're exercising your right to, support whichever politician you believe in.
Guys, now One Job and They Missed is trending on Twitter. Right, as in, you had one job that's trending on Twitter right now.
American people to pray to Lord Jesus.
One Job staged.
I'm a millennial generation. I'm 30 years old, and this is my first time.
And they missed.
Trump rally. And the reason why
how could they miss? These things are trending on Twitter. That's absolutely incredible. Wow.
Secure borders.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
That's why I stand for what he stands for. And I encourage the American people to pray to Lord Jesus that we need to be united as a people. We need to repent, and we need to be healed as a nation, because right now our nation is not going down a good road. But I encourage people to pray, because prayer is a powerful thing.
Well, Leonard Verdetto, we are so thankful that you are okay and that you were able to make it out of there safe. Thank you again for your time. We truly appreciate it. I do want to bring in another witness who was there at this rally today, Robert Rosano. Robert, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Walk me through what you saw, what you heard, and how close were you to the former president as these reported shots rang out?
We were, myself and a good buddy of mine, we were 4 rows back from the center of the former president. Former president was facing directly at us, and it was a good crowd. Everyone was pretty electric. It had been a long day. The heat was kicking in a little bit, but people were happy. People were happy to see the former president speak, and he came out to God Bless America, and the crowd was electric. And it was probably a good 10, 15 minutes into the speech that we started to hear what sounded like gunshots ring out. And we probably heard a good 3 or 4 gunshots that sounded like they were of a smaller caliber.
If you guys missed it before,
followed by
once again, that's apparently reportedly the shooter that was shot being dragged out. That's what they're saying on Twitter.
It had been from the Secret Service. Now, I know as soon as the gunshots rang out, most of us had hit the ground. It was a scary situation. You're in a fishbowl, with the former president, and you don't know, where the shots are coming from and who they're coming from, and it was a pretty traumatic situation, I think, for everybody. But what we did see,
Twitter is literally lagging right now. There's so many people on it.
Hit the ground.
Sometimes things aren't loading. It's wild.
Right-hand side of the stands that were right behind him, and it looked like there were several folks that were still down. It looked like there was some blood that had been there. We also saw some law enforcement folks that had carried out what looked like the body of an individual. Following that, President Trump, you
guys remember when NBC News reported this? Tucker Carlson stokes conspiracy claims. Conspiracy claims U.S. is speeding towards assassination of Trump.
I think we just lost Robert Rosato's connection there, but the account that he gave.
So yeah, conspiracy. I'm sorry, these aren't conspiracies, people.
Former president was then removed from the stage. It looked like there were people still down in the stands.
Thank God he's okay. Apparently, I'll believe when I see it. But
there was blood in the stands. That several people had to be carried out. And again, the reports from the district attorney there in Pennsylvania telling us that at least one bystander was killed in this incident, perhaps a second, and that the shooter is dead. We're still waiting on more information from other sources to put all of that together, but I do want to bring in our chief global affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz, who's been following this. And Martha, you're getting more reaction.
This was just sent over to me.
From former President
right here.
Obama saying there's absolutely no place for
Katie
political violence.
Pavlich just spoke on the phone. Let me quiet this. Just spoke on the phone to Ambassador Kip Tom, who was sitting in the front row at the Trump rally. He told me he believes there were two shooters, saying shots at President Trump came from different directions. He also saw others get hit.
Jill and I are wishing him a quick recovery. There is multiple reactions such as that, and everyone, of course, glued to the television watching this event play out over and over. I've been talking to people I know in the military who are trained in weapons, and they too said this was probably far away from President Trump, and yet clearly a very, very dangerous situation. If, in fact, he was grazed by a bullet, that would explain why others were injured and possibly killed as well. This colleague from the military, said that he believed they probably, listening to those sounds again and again, said the shooter probably got off a couple of rounds because we heard those sounds.
Gavin Newsom just tweeted, violence has no place in our democracy. My thoughts are with President Trump and everybody impacted at the rally today.
Before he was then probably taken out by the Secret Service or whoever was outside that perimeter. But it's true.
You guys want to see something crazy? I don't know. Might not have anything to do, like any link, but Joe Biden, just a few days ago, says we're done talking about the debate. It's time to put Trump in a bullseye.
We've been hearing throughout the night, too, from the witnesses that they.
That's what he said just a few days ago.
Like gunfire.
I'm not connecting any dots. I'm just saying.
And then, like the louder shots that came after.
Interesting choice of words, right?
Including Brad Garrett, our law enforcement expert, also described as potentially law enforcement firing back at the shooter.
Exactly, and I think that is likely what will play out. We obviously have a lot to learn in the coming hours and the coming days, but that makes sense. It also, when you look at President Trump, former President Trump put his hand to his ear and hear that sound, it sounds like it was a while getting to him. So that also would tell you that it was beyond the security perimeter. And that is a big area, a wide open area. People could probably stand quite far away from there. And of course, we know there are long weapons out there.
I want to know who the shooter is. That's what I want to know.
Tonight, they are treating this as a potential assassination attempt. Again, trying to get more information.
Potential? I think we're past that. All right, buddy. All right, ABC.
Let's bring in our chief White House
put together ABC reporter. I think we're past that. Okay. How about that?
Specifically from President Biden.
The president is out with this statement, and he notes, of course, that he has been.
All right, we got another.
Watching this unfold from his beach house.
An interview with another attendee.
And the president says in this statement, I'm going to read it to you. He says, quote,
mute this other one.
Someone who was here. You weren't inside the event, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw and what.
So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party, and we all decided, hey, you know, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees up there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally. Right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking.
Noting, of course, that President Biden has put at the center of this.
We noticed a guy crawling,
from the president just now,
up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, you know, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle, absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? you know, like they didn't know what was going on. You know, we're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 or 4 minutes.
By his father's side.
We were telling the police. We were pointing at him for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time.
So they were pointing. He was pointing at the guy the whole time. They just didn't do anything.
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
That's weird, guys.
Obviously, everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh, yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful, because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy.
Absolutely, 100%.
Be careful. Come on now.
Sure that happened?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over.
That's incredibly shocking.
The guy was on the roof right there. You can see the white roof right there.
Did you get a look at him? Could you?
No, other than he was in muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifle flinging around as he was trying to crawl. I mean, we saw the rifle, 100%.
Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was?
Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it, but
sure. But
it was a rifle of some sort. Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you process what you've just seen?
I don't know what to say, man. All I'll tell you is, if I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof.
Were you outside the security perimeter?
Yes, right there by that tree. We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not on every building here?
Yeah, that's a good point.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Trump flag on the horse?
Yes, she was right in front of me. She kept going back and forth right in front of me. Yes.
Tell us about her.
I mean, nice horse, nice lady running with a flag. He seemed very, patriotic.
But what's the significance of her?
No, he asked me if I saw a horse.
Okay. All right, well, listen, I'm sorry you had to witness that. That was a terrible thing. And you just stay safe with your family and
gotcha.
Yourself. Thanks for your
So that was.
Trump. That is the moment you see in the video right there. All this playing out in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Right there.
This was
That's
a major
wow.
campaign event that Donald Trump was hosting before the Republican National Convention was set to take place in Milwaukee this week. All eyes were on this rally as there was word that a potential running mate pick would be made within the next 48 hours or so. And many people were watching this to see if the former president would hint as to who he was going to pick. And instead, several minutes into the rally, multiple reports of shots fired, what witnesses described as popping sounds. And then you saw the former president right there ducking down, diving behind the podium. And then Secret Service rushing towards the former president, jumping on him and forming sort of a human shield as other law enforcement officers jump on the stage. You see them there with the long guns and the tactical gear looking into the crowd. And then these remarkable images coming in. The former president with what appears to be blood dripping from his right ear being escorted off the stage. There was also a moment there with the former president pumping his fist as the crowd started cheering when they saw that he was okay.
So this is who they're saying is the shooter. I don't know this for sure, but I've seen this shared multiple times now. This guy right here.
Family telling us that the former president is doing fine, that he's okay, that he's receiving medical treatment, but never giving us.
It's been tweeted out multiple times.
He was injured.
Not confirmed yet, as far as I know.
in this video. The DA in
I don't want to jump the gun on anything like
Pennsylvania
that.
telling ABC News that the shooter is dead. Also telling us that at least one bystander was killed and perhaps another. Witnesses that we've heard from tonight talking about
Joe Biden just released a statement. This is the statement from Joe Biden. He says, I have been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. Yeah, but the problem is, Biden, you're the one that is
information that it wasn't
enabling
Let's go
it.
back to Rachel Scott, who's our senior congressional correspondent.
You in the left
also
wing
has been covering the campaign for us. Rachel was inside
Don't pretend like you're all sad all of a
during
sudden.
this event, and while we were on the air for World News, and
Incredible.
it was minutes later when she heard those shots ring out. Rachel, you've now been escorted outside. You've been with us the entire evening. What are sources telling you now?
They're not harmed. Yeah, this is the scene that's happening right now. We are escorted outside of the Trump rally. We are still not far from where those shots rang out inside. I just want to show you right here. There's been so much conversation about the security. These white tents right here. This is where Trump supporters were screened by Secret Service. This is typical at a Trump rally, standard with events with the former president. You go through magnetometers, you go through metal detectors, your bags are then searched. There are certain items like large bags that are prohibited from being entered into this facility. And then you are screened and you go inside of these rallies. Off into the distance there, this is the area that is now an active crime scene. We were inside the moment that this happened. We were on air with you live, Whit, for World News Tonight. Then the former president took the stage. Within several minutes of the former president being on the stage, we heard these popping noises, one right after another, after another, after another. And then there were those screams. We heard screams from the crowd, people yelling, people shouting to get down, people shouting gunfire, gunfire, cover. We, as long with other Trump supporters, then ducked for cover. We took off going below the riser. We covered ourselves, covered our heads. We watched as Trump supporters tilted out of their chairs, covered themselves as well, shielded themselves. We've talked to a number of Trump supporters, one telling me all she could do was just close her eyes and pray. She just said she was praying and praying, hoping that everything would be okay. Those screams went on what felt like for several minutes. I know it was just only a matter of seconds, but it really encapsulates just sort of the frantic terror and the chaos.
So here's a really interesting
confused about what was going
post by this guy right here where it has kind of an overview.
Get down, but we did not know for sure.
It has an overview right here of kind of what it looks like, almost like Google Maps or something. Is Oliver Alexander, he posted this picture. He said the shooter was on a roof approximately 125 meters or 400 feet away from where Trump was standing. So let's bring this full screen right here, guys. So if you look, might be kind of hard to see, but it looks like, so that pin, that red pin up there, up on top, that red pin, that's where the shooter was laying, okay? Donald Trump here is the blue pin, if you can see that. That's where his stage was set up, and there's a line drawn right there, that red line. 400 feet away. Where were the Secret Service? Tell me. Didn't check the roofs, weren't scanning the roofs. That is a huge security flaw right there. What the heck is the Secret Service doing?
To still stay down to make sure they can get the situation under control. After several more moments, we did see law enforcement officials and Secret Service agents then take one individual away. I did notice that there was blood on the bleachers on that side, on that area. And then that was the moment where people started to clear out of that area. We saw law enforcement officials come out with crime tape. They started taping off the area. We continue to be live with you on the air, reporting what we saw and what we were learning in the moment. And then we saw Trump supporters start to file out one by one. Those crowds are very packed. And so many times you're not able to get cell phone reception because there's just so many people there. So this area right here started becoming a gathering place for a lot of Trump supporters, a place where they were calling their families, letting them know that they were okay. A place afterwards.
Yeah, anyone would know that's like one of the most important spots up on top, above the crowd.
One person who was inside.
It's just like basic stuff. I'm not a security expert, but I know that kind of thing you make sure is not being used. The roofs.
6-7 rows back, and we were just standing up listening to Trump talk there, and we just heard like a bullet, and you just seen him like swipe his ear there, you know, and the next thing you know, you heard other bullets, and he fell. Then there was like probably like 3 or more shots, you know, and then you just seen the crowd like just look over at the bleachers there, you know, and then it just got crazy there. I mean, it was so scary, you know, and I feel for all the innocent bystanders, that because there was some people that got hurt, innocent bystanders there.
Alex Jones has a reaction. YouTube doesn't like Alex Jones, but whatever. I'm gonna play it for you guys anyways.
Ladies and gentlemen, I told you that we're not in normal times. World War III, nuclear war is this close. They just fired 5 shots at Trump and hit him in the side of the head. And the media's like, oh, big deal, he survived an assassination attempt. This is crazy town. Biden is a complete puppet. The New World Order is melting down everywhere. And I believe they're getting ready to kill Biden and blame it on a Trump supporter. I've been saying that for over a year. So President Trump in Pennsylvania up there gets shot at, gets hit in the side of the head, survives. That image of him up there with the blood on his face, defiant, is incredible. And now the deep state that's committed all these crimes and opened the borders and human trafficked and started World War III, they are so desperate, they're going to go for broke. But I've told Trump, I've told his campaign, you've got to be more careful. We got to pray for President Trump right now. This is such a dangerous time. I'm in Northern California with what would be a huge story breaking tomorrow, and it's still going to break. Massive story we're working on right now, okay? Secret mission. And it will still break it. But, ladies and gentlemen, this attempted assassination of Trump means we're not in Kansas anymore. And now they've tried to kill him with a gun. They're going to try to poison him. So Trump, inside circle, listen to me. And I know you've listened before. You've had the Secret Service call me. I've briefed them on stuff. Listen to me. They're going to try to poison him now. This blew up in their face. They failed. They fired 5 shots. They killed 2 people, maybe 3. Of course, they got rid of the shooter, so they can't find out who that was. This means the New World Order is going for broke. They have nothing to lose now. Pray for America, pray for Trump, pray for the free press, pray for truth, and know with, 112 days from the election now, anything is possible right now. Deep state, escalation of war with Russia, China, Taiwan, it's all on the table. False flag terror attacks, blame it on Trump, his supporters, they've been hyping that. We need to pray right now for mass awakening and mass discernment because America is fighting for its life. I'm about to do a live show as soon as the crew can get into the office. I just got off an airplane, just got here to where I was staying. I'm gonna do a live show at Infowars.com/show, band.video, and real Alex Jones. I'm collecting all the notes.
So that was Alex Jones. Wow.
In fact, I even remember the 2 of us going to the same
another notch for Alex Jones, am I right? Alex Jones was right again. Crazy conspiracy theorist was right again.
And I think
wow.
One thing that we've heard from some of the witnesses there, it does not matter your political affiliation here. This is a sad day in this country as we still wait to get more information, especially some of those bystanders, at least one reportedly who lost their life. Rachel Scott for us, thank you so much. We do have a statement from President Biden here, and he writes that I have been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well, praying for him and his family and for all of those at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it, a sentiment that we've been hearing from a number of officials on all sides of the aisle on this day and these remarkable events that have played out. Let's go back to Pierre Thomas, our Chief Justice Correspondent in Washington, who's been talking to his sources. Pierre, one thing that we have learned in recent moments is that they are treating this as a possible assassination attempt until they learn otherwise.
This is an all-hands-on-deck moment, period. Law enforcement officials said this will be treated as an assassination plot until it's not. The source also gave an update saying that former President Trump, was still at a medical facility.
So this was just posted by the New York Post right here. Let me remove my camera so you can see the whole thing.
But again, as of a few
the shooter, identified as a Chinese man, was in a sniper position located hundreds of yards away from Trump's podium in Butler, Pennsylvania, as he spoke to a campaign crowd, sources said.
Identifying, understanding who the shooter was.
So that's what was on the New York Post.
Finding out more about that person's background to make sure that this is confined to a single individual. We just don't know yet. Law enforcement, again, converging now, trying to get additional information so that security can be surged for the upcoming conventions. Also, we are getting information that law enforcement will be briefed later in the evening about what took place here. But again, you have a former president of the United States who is the leading candidate, soon to be nominated by his party as their candidate. Someone attempting to apparently kill him. That is the feeling until they can prove that it's not the case. That is how law enforcement is operating in this moment.
So we have some live updates from CNN right now.
I want to note we are awaiting word from President Biden. There is a podium that has been set up there that is Rehoboth Beach.
I don't know
Delaware.
why it's like this.
President Biden was spending the weekend. We're told that we're about 2 minutes out from the president speaking tonight. Of course, he sent out that statement earlier, and we know that the president has been briefed by his staff and by the Secret Service. We're also learning that
Biden campaign pulling TV ads in the wake of shooting.
Information from our sources here in New York City saying that following this possible assassination attempt, security is being increased across New York City. They say out of an abundance of caution, the NYPD is increasing its presence across the city, including at Trump Tower, 40 Wall Street, Foley Square, and City Hall. No specific threat.
Pelosi condemned shooting, says, I thank God that Trump is safe. Okay, Pelosi.
Now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well. Number one. Number two, that they're thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay?
Right. Do you think it was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to, I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried about it?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. DBK, yeah. That's what I thought. It's unheard of in America. No, it's actually not. It's actually not. How about it's heard of in America?
Released a statement earlier tonight, but coming out,
and we know where it comes from the most.
Saying that there is no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. And on that political violence, he said everyone must condemn it. President Biden also said that he made a few attempts to try to reach former President Donald Trump, but was not able to, but said that he would like to be able to speak with him at some point when he's able. But again, President Biden reiterating what we've heard time and time again, the calls for calm, for people to condemn the violence, although we don't know much about what happened other than a few reports about a shooter who's been killed and a possible bystander and the shots fired. So again, all of this sort of playing out this evening in real time as we're getting information, and these truly remarkable images that we saw on the screen as they played out. We were on World News Tonight right here on ABC as the Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania got underway, and it started in high spirits as many people were anticipating and awaiting his pick for a possible running mate that was expected in the next 48 hours. So all eyes were on this event to see if Trump would hint to who that person might be. And it was a matter of minutes later when we heard those popping sounds, and we went back to Rachel Scott, who told us what happened as it occurred. You see the Secret Service there surrounding the former president, forming a human shield around him, them escorting him off the stage. And as the crowd started to realize that Trump was okay, there were cheers, and he pumped his fist in response before he was led away. Again, we're told that he was taken to a nearby medical center, that he received treatment, but that he is doing okay, that he is fine. His family in a statement calling it a heinous act, what has played out, but the details are still far and few. We only know the very little that we've been able to get from witnesses and from the Secret Service. We've got our entire team on this. John,
watch Donald Trump comes out of the hospital and he looks just a little bit slightly different.
To be the scene of the week.
Watch this.
Major news.
You know how like we see Biden in as many, you know, all the Bidens. There's like 5 Bidens. Watch Donald Trump all of a sudden. Doesn't sound like Trump anymore.
This thing has sent shockwaves throughout
I hope I'm joking.
World. I was on the floor of the convention speaking with the Republican Party chairman, Michael Whatley, when this news broke. Saw him whisked away by an aide on the phone trying to figure out what was happening. And obviously, shockwaves not just here in Milwaukee, where the political world, at least the Republican part of the political world, is gathering.
There's a photo of the Secret Service up on top of the roof of that barn or that building, that metal building, with the shooter right there surrounding him. He must have already been dead here because I think someone shot him from the ground, I believe, maybe. Because that one guy that was interviewed said that his head got blown off.
Effectively putting this intensely fought, heavily funded, very negative presidential campaign, at least for the moment, on hold in the wake of this incident. And you heard, President Biden condemn what happened. I thought it was interesting to hear him refer a couple of times to President Trump, somebody he has clashed with as mightily as any two political figures in our history have clashed, calling him Donald and saying he tried to get a hold of
the Biden campaign,
and he hopes to speak to him, and saying that we all have
suspending all outbound communications, including TV ads, after the Trump assassination attempt.
Statements from political leaders
right there,
across the political spectrum, not just condemning what.
So it's almost like their rhetoric that they use, calling Trump a Nazi and all these very derogatory things that bring up a lot of enraged emotions in people. They go too far with those types of things, with that type of rhetoric. But going too far, he said just, I believe it was yesterday or the day before in Michigan, he repeated the lie, the good people on both sides lie, that supposedly Donald Trump said that Nazis were good people. He repeated that once again. Types of things are absolutely insane. This just went dead. So that live stream must have, is it still going? Is it, I can't tell. Let me refresh the page. There we go.
I think quite movingly from a former congresswoman named Gabby Giffords, who herself was severely wounded in political violence at a campaign event of hers in Arizona. Gabby Giffords putting out a statement saying, political violence is terrifying. I know. I'm holding former President Trump and all those affected by today's indefensible act of violence in my heart. Political violence is un-American and never acceptable, never.
So this is just in from DC Drano.
Uniformly expressed across the political spectrum and
he says
beyond the political world.
Secret instructions given to news reporters. Let me silence real quick. Telling them to play down Trump's attempted assassination. He says these people are evil. This is what it says. Trump rally story. So this is what was given to the press. Hello, reminder to stick to facts. Don't speculate, editorialize, sensationalize, or jump to conclusions when reporting on the Trump rally incident today. Don't call it assassination attempt unless authorities say it is. Don't say a shooting targeting Trump or the rally unless authorities confirm that connection. Clarify it's actually gunshots. That's unclear at the moment. If authorities don't know, then it's okay to say that. Anchors, reminder to be mindful of body language when presenting the story. No need for serious face or adding comments and adjectives for color. No need to say scary moments today at a Trump rally. Just get to the story. At this moment, no need for guests to comment. Again, all this is just a reminder. I know we all know. So when it's something to do with the left, they can sensationalize it. You know, trot out their fear campaigns as much as possible. But when there are gunshots fired at Donald Trump, hey, let's just all take a step back. Let's breathe this. Let's just take a deep breath. Make sure that we're absolutely accurate. These people are disgusting, guys. Like the mainstream media, every day they just make me sick to my stomach. It's so gross what they do.
And this, you can't understate how much it has completely and totally upended this campaign, this race, this days away from the Republican National Convention. We have seen, of course, a ratcheting up of divisive rhetoric in this country. We were at a point where you were hearing, as Joe Biden has been facing a lot of doubts from those within his party about the future of his own candidacy in this race. He's been urged by others to take the fight to Donald Trump more forcefully, to outline more forcefully the case in this race. All of that now coming to a halt. The campaign announcing that they are trying to pull down, they are going to be pulling down their ads off of the airwaves. So this is a moment where instead of ramping up, you are having the campaigns hit the pause button completely. Now, what will that mean? How will that change this race? Will it change the way the two parties talk about each other going forward? Will it actually bring the country together?
It should definitely change the way Biden and the left talks about Donald Trump. That's for sure. Because they say our language, what we say is divisive, what we say breeds violence. No, this is proof right here that that's not true.
Americans are thinking right now.
Absolutely.
It's them. It's what they say.
So much. I do want to bring in District Attorney Richard Goldinger from Butler County, Pennsylvania. Richard, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. We've been reporting this information that you gave to some of our team here at ABC News about the shooter being dead and at least one bystander, possibly a second, also killed. What more can you tell us about this incident?
Well, I'm sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances, but yeah, I can confirm that the shooter is dead, and we have one spectator who did pass away as a result of this incident. The second individual that was removed from the scene is in what I would say serious condition. I don't know their condition at this point, but we do have at least two spectators that sustained injuries, or obviously the first one passed away from the shooter.
Forgive me, just to confirm, so the shooter is dead. You noted that, but earlier we reported possibly two spectators were killed. So now you're saying, just to clarify, one was shot and killed, another one sustained serious injuries. Their condition at this point, unknown?
That is correct, yes.
Do we know anything about this shooter?
At this point, no.
Is it a man?
I don't even know if it's male or female, to be honest with you. So
Okay, so we don't know if it was male or female. Was the shooter, is it believed that the shooter was actually in the venue or fired the shots from outside?
I can confirm the shooter was not within the venue. The shooter was on the roof of a building that was adjacent to the venue. And so they would not have had to go through the security process of entering the rally and, be subject to the search and everything.
Forgive me, I was just getting some information in my ear as you were speaking. So the shooter not in the venue, on the roof adjacent to the venue. So is it believed then that some of these other shots that we heard witnesses describe, that was law enforcement returning fire? Was it law enforcement who took the shooter out?
That I can't confirm.
That's a yes?
No, I can't confirm that.
Okay, so it's not clear how the shooter died.
Correct. At this point, we don't know. I don't know. How about that? I don't know at this point.
Fair enough. I understand. And forgive me, I know it's a fluid situation and information is coming in piece by piece.
Extremely, yes.
Richard, just your take in general. This is obviously a tragic moment in this country. I mean, not only do we have this act of political violence, we have bystanders, people out there just exercising their right to support a candidate, potentially shot and killed. What are you feeling at this time?
Well, I mean, it's terrible. First of all, I'm embarrassed for my community that this happened here. I am disgusted and sad that somebody actually lost their life as a result of this. And, unfortunately, it appears to be just almost, I don't want to say a microcosm, but the state of our country, where we are right now and how divided we are, and somebody would resort to something like this to, well, I don't know the motives, but potentially affect a presidential election. And it's really sad. Yeah, I mean,
here's another.
We need to. I agree with President Biden.
Another angle of the shooting right here.
Took over, and look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Wow, those shots, they sound a lot louder there. Let me rewind it. So this is when he shows the chart, the illegal immigration chart right there. He's showed that at almost every rally. I've covered many of these rallies. This is the first one I haven't covered in a while, actually, believe it or not.
Want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
You see, look at right there. You have the snipers on top of the building right there. How did they not see this guy? If this is where they were shooting this guy, how did they not? That's just insane.
That you've been talking to not only law enforcement sources, political sources, but also folks in the military who were describing what they heard with those gunshots. We got some more information from the district attorney there. The suspect who was shot and killed, and we're not sure how. We're careful to point that out. Was on a rooftop adjacent to the venue. What does that tell you, and what's the reaction you're getting from your sources?
Well, it certainly was a ways away from President Trump, and that in the beginning when I started talking to people who were familiar with weapons and who heard that
Trump Tower is on lockdown right now. Here's a video posted by Freedom News TV on Twitter. This is the scene over at Trump Tower right now. Total lockdown. NYPD. Secret Service everywhere. Wow. No, apparently I haven't seen any reports of anything going on there. I think this is just a precautionary move. This was, you know, when something like this happens, when there is a attempt on, you know, someone like a president or, you know, someone in authority on their life like this, because I mean, he was the president, he's a former president, he's running for president. That's a big deal. So they're going to make sure everything's okay, and, you know, from all angles. So that's the scene over at Trump Tower in New York right now.
Country. We talk about this heinous act, is who this shooter is, what the motive actually was, where they come from, why they did this. This will be pivotal in how the country reacts, how former president.
Yeah, and it's all going to lead back to one lone shooter.
This is something we
I bet you any money on that.
In the coming days.
And not to mention the serious questions about
lead
security.
back.
I know you
one lone shooter
have been to these Trump rallies before, and you go through so much security to get inside the venue, and the metal detectors, and they check your bags and everything. There are prohibited items, things you cannot bring inside. But to get this information from the
yeah, the Secret Service, they just did everything they could. It's not their fault, right?
Adjacent to the venue.
Right.
That
yeah,
raises
right.
Serious questions about whether something, a potential threat, was over.
Yeah, prayers for President Trump. Apparently he's okay, but
protect someone from everybody. There are ways to get to people. I think on the venue itself, obviously, and we've all been there, and they go through the magnetometer. But if you are a long way away and you have a weapon, I know certainly they have probably snipers positioned in certain
Adam
places,
Schiff, oh Shifty Schiff, look at this.
Ooh, wow, look at that building over there. Someone could
He
get
just
up
tweeted.
There. I hope they have somebody there.
Horrified by this apparent assassination attempt, there's no place for political violence in our democracy. Absolutely not. None. How about lying about Donald Trump in the Russia? Adam Schiff. How about that?
Best. We locked in what we can.
Grateful for the swift response by law enforcement and Secret Service, wishing President Trump swift recovery.
Investigation going forward.
Yeah,
which will take
shut up,
weeks,
Shifty Schiff.
Probably years how this happened.
Yes,
disgusting
just
guy.
The very beginning. Martha Raddatz, thank you so much. I do want to go back to another witness here, Stephen Lasko, who was at the Trump rally. Stephen, if you can hear me, I understand you were only about 100 feet away from the former president. Describe what you saw and what you heard.
About 100 feet away from him, you know, could see his face. He was right there talking, having a good time. And, you know, you heard one shot, two shot. It sounded like, you know, bang, nothing crazy. And then you heard maybe 3 or 4 more. And that's when everyone got quiet, started panicking. Trump dropped right to the floor. I guess Secret Service jumped on top of him and shielded him. But, you know, as soon as everyone in the crowd figured out what was going on, we all ducked, and my buddies just jumped on top of me, piled on top of me. You know, and we had no idea what was going on. You know, you're in total shock. You're shook, and, you know,
no way this was a lone guy. The more I think about it, the no way.
Get up and run, and we had really no idea what to do. And next thing you know, you see bullets, or you hear bullets flying, and I believe a bullet hit the hydraulic lift that was holding up the speakers, and that thing almost collapsed. There was hydraulic fluid and water spitting everywhere all over the crowd. And then before you know it, everyone just gets up and starts running. But
and
Trump
Stephen,
did
Oh, forgive me. I'm sorry. There's a little bit of a delay, but on that note about everybody getting up and running, we're actually showing video that you shot on your cell phone. And this is the moment with people running out of the venue. Describe what that was like, and when were you actually able to get out?
It was pretty stressful. You know, I'm looking around trying to make sure all my buddies who came with me were with me. And, you know, it took probably a good 10 minutes to get out of there, to get out of the whole area. And, you know, before you know it, there's ATVs and UTVs flying and ambulances and all that kind of stuff. And we're trying to figure out how to get out of there and get home. But you know, we made it. And when we walked out to the road, they had, you know, police blocking everything off, and we actually found out where the building was that the shooter was shooting from. They had it all taped off. I guess it was like an agricultural warehouse, something like that. So, you know, it was pretty scary. It's like you're in the movies.
Stephen, forgive me again. I'm sorry. There's a little bit of a delay with the connection, but did you say that you were able to see the building that the shooter was allegedly perched on top of here? You said it was taped off by law enforcement. What did it look like?
It was like a kind of like an airplane hangar, maybe, you know, like a warehouse for agricultural equipment, I guess. ARC, AGC, something like that on the side. But once we were out, maybe 30, 40 minutes after, they were taping it off, investigating it. They had the dogs going and all that stuff. But there was traffic jams everywhere. It was kind of hard to.
How far away was that area from where the former president was standing?
Maybe 300, 400 yards, maybe less, honestly.
And Stephen, when you hear that people who were there in the crowd with you, other bystanders, at least one, maybe more, were killed, how does that make you feel?
Honestly, still kind of numb to it. It's hard to process all this. Your heart rate is through the roof, but best wishes for their family, and they were supporting the country that they love. And in the meantime, it's definitely sad, and it's heartbreaking, honestly.
And Stephen, we've been hearing from people on both sides of the aisle, Republicans, Democrats, independent candidate, RFK Jr., and all with the same sentiment, condemning political violence, saying there's no place in this country for something like this. And I just wonder, from your perspective too, you're out there, you're exercising your right to support a candidate. What message do you have for people?
All right, let's go to you guys.
The country is at this political boiling
What are you guys
point.
Saying out there?
There's so much division and anger and hatred right now from one side and the other. What would you like to tell people?
I'm going to stay on here for a few more minutes, guys. Let's say maybe 15 more minutes.
We don't believe in politics at all.
I'm going to hop off here.
We all still put our pants on in the morning. We all breathe the air.
But wow, what a turn of events,
issues,
ladies and gentlemen. That's just
no one even thinks about them or cares about them. So we're all people at the end of the day, and it's not worth taking someone's life over
crazy. I mean,
or whatever.
I was in shock.
Senseless.
Well, Stephen, I think
I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw it on Twitter. I was
sharing that
just hanging out.
We're so glad and thankful.
Pulled out my phone, check Twitter like I usually do.
Are doing okay. Thanks again.
Of course, and as Kelly Clarkson says, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Well, let's hope that's what happens in this country from here forward. The country definitely needs a moment of healing as we work closer and closer to Election Day. Stephen, thank you again. Let's go back to Rachel Scott. I believe she's still there in Pennsylvania.
Or maybe, you know what? I think I'm going to go get a drink, guys.
Speaking with witnesses, and who are you with right now?
I'm going to keep this live. I'm going to go grab a drink. I'll be right back. So give me 1 second, all right?
First row in the middle seat, you told me. What did you see? What did you witness?
I was in the first row, and I was in the middle. I was directly in front of President Trump. So I saw him come on the stage, and it was maybe about 3 or 4 minutes. Everybody, all the photographers saw him come in. They all cleared away. He started speaking, and then we heard pound, pound, pop, pop, pop. In everybody's mind, it was like 4th of July. Somebody must have been still doing firecrackers. Then I saw the 4 Secret Service jump up and immediately push him to the ground. Then the news people that were around him, they all fell to the ground. There was 4 of them down there, and then we all stood up. None of us moved. We wanted to protect President Trump. Sorry, helicopter's landing. Then I saw the gentlemen who wear the guns in the black. They came on and they said, okay, clear right, clear left. On 3, we're going to lift them. So they lifted President Trump up, and he said, I got to get my shoes. His shoes must have fallen off when they pushed him down. I saw the red blood on his right cheek. Then when he turned, I saw the ear from the top to the bottom with red.
Aaron, I'm just going to have the camera turn really quickly because we are seeing a helicopter landing. For everyone that is watching at home, this is obviously still an active crime scene where we are all standing right now. We are just yards away from where this rally was taking place. We're seeing a helicopter touchdown. We've obviously seen more and more police presence in the last
hour guys.
Following these events that occurred. And there are still supporters that are still trying to leave this area. You are one of them. There were hundreds of people here, and so the parking lots were very full. There was a line to get out, and so there's a little bit of a traffic jam also as well. So you described those moments. You heard the pop, pop, pop. Everyone went down for cover. How are you feeling? How are you processing this?
Well, everybody in the first row, nobody went down to the ground. They all stood up. They wanted to protect the president. All we were concerned about was him. And then kind of the Secret Service, when he got up and got into the vehicle, they told us to sit and stay seated because there was things going on. And from what I hear, there was possibly 2 shooters. There's a gentleman here that has a picture of one of the shooters that was rolled off of a building. And he was shot by the sharpshooters that were behind Trump. And I saw a gentleman leave from the left stands, and he had red blood all down his shirt. He wasn't hit, but I think he was around somebody who was. So just picking up little bits of things. We're all in shock because we never expected this. I mean, it's a beautiful rally, a beautiful night. I don't know. If no one's ever been to a Trump rally, it's very congenial. People look out for each other. It just seems like you don't see any fights and you don't see any animosity and you don't see too much. They're all pretty much focused on the president. And then with this to happen, it's just stressful. It's just sad, very sad.
This is an open fairground where we are standing here. It was a very hot day. People were coming in with their water bottles. As you said, there was this sense of sort of joy, excitement to see the former president. All of this unfolded within minutes of him taking the stage.
I don't think it was 3 to 4 minutes, I would say. He hardly got a chance to do his, waving at everybody and welcome and maybe a couple words on the teleprompter. But some people tell me that they think one of the shots hit the teleprompter and that could have made him with the cheek.
Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of unconfirmed reports still out there. We're also sorting through this.
He did leave the stage on his own. He walked down the steps. I saw that. And then he put his right hand up and fist up and said, "Stay strong, everyone." And he kind of turned like he was exiting. He was making sure that all those people like us that were standing up knew that he was okay.
Well, we so appreciate you taking the time. And I know you were waiting to clear out from this area as well.
Everybody's just praying for our president. That's how everybody is here. So thank you.
We're so happy that you are safe. Please get home safe. Again, that is just one of the many witnesses that we've been talking to here that are leaving these fairgrounds now after this incident occurred. As you can tell, still a little shaken up there, still processing what happened, replaying those events in our minds for what we all heard, that sound of the pop, 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 people rushing, taking cover, seeing the former president being rushed off the stage, and then ultimately all of us being rushed out of this area. Many members that were inside, many of the Trump supporters are still waiting to leave here with.
Yeah, you get the sense as we've been talking to them one after another, many still in shock. I mean, how do you process such a thing, right? Something you don't expect like this act of violence. Rachel Scott Forrest, once again, thank you so much. I do want to bring in John David Longo, the mayor of Slippery Rock, who was with former President Trump right before the rally. Mayor, if you can hear me, where were you when the shots rang out?
I was just left of the stage, sir. So to the right of the president, I was front row there, right on the barrier when the shots rang out, and still trying to piece that together. I heard those sounds, and immediately I thought I knew what I heard, but I didn't want to believe it. And I thought for sure it might have been a firecracker or a gag, but by the time I heard the second one, my ears recognized the sound, and it's just a very sad situation to be in. I put my wife down to the ground and covered her.
Wait a second. So Trump is supposed to be making an appearance at the UFC after the guys. What in the? This guy is an absolute animal.
Hey, I heard they just tried to whack my boy Trump. I'm glad that man's okay. Long live Trump. Let's go, baby. Trump 2024.
Let's go, baby. Yes. Let's go, Trump. So he got a shout out at UFC.
Long live Trump. Let's go, baby. Trump 2024.
Denver, let's hear it for Evan Elder.
So this person is saying that Donald Trump will reportedly be making an appearance at the UFC tonight. Unconfirmed. I don't know. We'll see. That's wild if he does. What a beast if he goes to the UFC, makes an appearance after being shot. Wow.
That was stolen from us when this maniac decided to do what he did. And unfortunately, somebody in the bleachers right behind us was murdered by this monster.
And what's your reaction to that, to learn that at least one person lost their life today who was just there at the same rally that you were attending?
It's sad, does not describe what that feeling is. This individual came here likely with a smile on their face, looking for hope and inspiration, looking to hear from President Trump in a place that is deep in the territory of blood red Trump country, and he did not get to leave here today with his life, and now his loved ones are probably wondering just how it is that something like this could have been possible.
Mayor John David Longo from Slippery Rock, thank you so much for your time, and we're thankful that you and your family are okay tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's turn now to Paul Eklof, a former Secret Service for both former President Trump and for Obama. Paul, talk to me about this investigation as it stands now. Obviously, we've had reports that the Secret Service, other law enforcement agencies are treating this as an attempted assassination unless they hear otherwise. How is an investigation like this pursued from here on?
Yes, sir. These cases are exactly what the Secret Service trains day in and day out for. Unfortunately, it puts into sharp focus that the Secret Service, as we know it today, exists due to a history of political violence in this country, and they work tirelessly every day to prevent anything but the peaceful transfer of power. In this case, the Secret Service prepares for these contingencies by having agents in place for crime scene prevention, and they perform what's known as an interim federal presence before the FBI conducts the actual investigation on an assassination attempt.
Paul, thank you so much. Forgive me. Stand by for a moment because we're just getting new information right now. I want to go back to John Carl in Milwaukee. John, you're learning more from Trump himself.
From Donald Trump. I'm going to read it to you in its entirety. He says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that
Truth isn't loading
in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known. This is Donald Trump saying nothing is known at the time about the shooter who is now dead. And
here it is right here.
Here's key new information in this statement from Donald Trump. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized what was happening, and then he ends it, God bless.
So I'll read it for you guys. This is straight from Donald Trump right here. He says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of the law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. So that's the photo you guys all saw. I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through my skin. Donald Trump has a hole in his ear right now. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. That's our president right there, guys. What an absolute fighter. Absolute fighter. I mean, come on, man. You can't ask for a better candidate for president. Wow.
Well, then respond to all of this. What did the next few days and weeks look like on the campaign trail?
I mean, what we're seeing immediately is a pause to the political, to this very heightened
Yuck for YouTube. I believe, yes, there is some news from Don Jr.'s X account. I'm trying to pull that up right now. He did tweet. I was going to pull it up, and then I saw that Donald Trump truthed, and I was trying to load that, but it wasn't loading because
from across the
True Social just went down for a little bit or got all messed up.
Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, the current president, Joe Biden, who we've heard from both in a statement and in a live statement to the country, condemning what is happening.
This is
offering their well wishes, prayers.
This is what Donald Trump Jr. posted
for those who were at his rally
on X right here, that he'll never stop fighting to save America. But this was Donald Trump Jr. in his post, what he said.
Seeing
He posted a picture of the photo of Trump with fist pump.
In an attempt to politicize what has been roundly condemned by everybody. You have seen some of the president's allies suggest that Joe Biden himself bears responsibility because of the rhetoric that we've seen in this campaign. We saw a statement to that extent coming from J.D. Vance, one of those who's waiting right now to find out if he's going to be Donald Trump's running mate. We've seen a member of Congress say much the same, except directly pinning the blame on President Biden. So for now, across the political spectrum, a pause, universal condemnation, but the early indications are that that's just not going to last very long. It could get ugly very soon. There should be a moment where the country has a wake-up call that the hateful rhetoric that we have seen across the political spectrum is simply dangerous. We know death threats have become a matter of due course for political figures in this campaign. Even before this campaign, this should be a time for people to say it's time to step back, make it clear that violence has absolutely no place in American politics. But I think what you're also going to see is while this campaign is, for the moment, in a state of shock and pause, it's a campaign that seems like it is very well going to come back with a vengeance.
And on that point, this is going to be a huge test, no matter how you slice it in this country. Is this going to be a moment of unity at some point? Or is this a moment when people just flee back to their tribal corners, and start throwing rocks at each other again? That is going to be a major test for this country to wait and see what happens in the days to come. Jon Karl for us, thank you so much for that. I do want to bring also on that note, we have Rick Klein, our political director for ABC News, and our D.C. bureau chief joining us right now on camera. And Rick, pick up on some of these notes that we're getting from Jon Karl and just some of the reaction that you're getting tonight.
Yeah, just in the immediate term, Whit, I'm just a couple hundred yards away from the forum where this convention was set to go. The balloons are literally up in the rafters. There's a festive atmosphere that was here in Milwaukee just a few hours ago. All of that, needless to say, is gone. There are social events that have been canceled for tonight. No convention business as of now has been impacted. No changes to the convention that's set to start on Monday. But it has definitely changed the mood, the tone, the tenor of the campaign. The news from the Biden campaign that they have pulled all of their advertising and paused their campaign communication. And as John referenced, some very ugly things that are being said just in terms of statements right now. A lot of accusations.
Agreed.
Going about, and a lot of heated rhetoric even at this
Yuck,
time.
food tube, yes. I agree 100,000%. You're right.
Obviously, law enforcement across the country,
you're absolutely right.
Alert. There's going to be more security at all of these events. And I know you're there in Milwaukee. All the infrastructure is in place. What are the chances they cancel this event altogether, the convention? Is that a possibility? I mean, they have a lot to get in line within the next 24 plus hours.
I've been told that that's not under consideration right now, that the communications from the Trump campaign and from the host committee of the convention are all around planning to go ahead. But of course, things are now minute by minute and hour by hour, and it's very possible that things change. The security around a convention
Teflon Don, yes, sir.
As you know, is very, very difficult to get anywhere near an arena. There are multiple checkpoints, metal detectors. It's much harder than just going through airport security. There are a lot of layers of security, but then again, there's a lot of layers of security at events from presidential candidates, and the lapse or apparent lapse that occurred in Pennsylvania today is definitely going to impact the way that things are planned here. And if it were to go ahead, I would predict that Milwaukee's going to be something of a fortress. It's going to be very difficult to go or do anywhere, and everyone will be on an extra set of alerts, maybe rightfully so. I also think that people are going to be looking at this event in a much different light. I think the images and the words coming out from the former president.
You guys want to know who the head of Secret Service is?
Strong at this moment are powerful ones. I've heard from a couple of delegates.
I actually did not know this until just now.
I'm impressed by the way that Trump and his team have handled this. I think this changes the nature of
Jack Posobiec tweeted, "It's the head of Secret Service is Secretary Mayorkas of DHS." How ironic, right?
Klein, thank you so much. Let's go back to Aaron Katersky, our senior investigative correspondent. Aaron, you're getting more information, details about the shooting itself.
Secret Service just a moment ago put out a statement saying that during the Trump campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, at approximately 6:15 p.m. Eastern Time, a suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position outside of the rally venue. The Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. The Secret Service, the statement says, quickly responded with protective measures, and former President Trump is safe. One spectator was killed, 2 spectators were critically injured, and the incident is under investigation. That's an official statement from the U.S. Secret Service. Law enforcement sources would tell ABC News the shooter was at a distance of 200 to 300 yards away in an elevated position. He was on a rooftop adjacent to the venue, and those same law enforcement sources are telling ABC News he fired as many as 8 rounds from an AR-15 style rifle.
And Aaron, this information that you bring us also lines up with what we've been hearing from witnesses. Many of those who were fleeing the venue itself, talking about a separate location, a rooftop that was then taped off.
Guys, this is wild. Look at this. This is a photo
searching the area. So again,
of the bullet in midair. Apparently,
drip of information. But
a bullet in midair as it was hitting Donald Trump, like right before it hit Trump. Look at that.
From Milwaukee.
In that circle, apparently that is
so much reporting
the bullet.
About the heightened threat level across this country and the warnings that law enforcement have had about the threat of political violence. In this
what a photo
where we have, they're treating it as a potential
tweeted out many times.
Law enforcement across the country must just be scrambling to sort of change their protocols and procedures to try to deal with any sort of massive event, especially as it pertains to any political venue.
Well, the political venues are usually come upon quite quickly. The campaigns will choose them. The Secret Service will do some kind of a security assessment and do what they think they need to do to keep the protectee, in this case, former President Trump, safe. Now, they undoubtedly would have accounted for nearby rooftops. We'll wait to see whether this individual, this shooter who is now dead, was in position beforehand, or whether may have tried to access the rooftop while in full view of others, and how police and the Secret Service may have reacted to that. But this is certainly going to have an impact on how police and the Secret Service go about securing these venues in the future, especially at a time when the threat environment in the country is so complicated. All the more so by the rather heated political environment we're in now, just months before the next presidential election.
And Aaron, another thing that you've reported on in the past, and I think it's worth noting here, because we don't know the motive behind this attack. We don't know who this shooter was. So that information is still to come. But regardless of whether that specific threat was neutralized, right, if it was one shooter or if there are other people who could have been involved, regardless of that fact, Aaron, you often talk about the threat of a lone wolf who could be inspired by an event. And so law enforcement has to be looking at this and also saying, okay, well, it's one thing to foil a potential plot. It's another thing if you've got somebody with a grudge who's motivated by what they saw on TV.
And I think any law enforcement official would tell you those are notoriously difficult to detect and to stop, because there is almost no warning. And how many of these security bulletins, intelligence bulletins do we see where a lone actor is identified as the most significant threat, somebody who is willing to use violence, and in this case, we believe.
Yeah, I think we all have a pretty good idea what the motive was. It's not hard to deduce
right now,
what the motive was.
No doubt know who the shooter is. They've undoubtedly identified the person by now and are going through social media, talking to witnesses, acquaintances, relatives, friends, anyone they can find to give them a sense of what the motive might have been. But the stark reality is that...
What a photo, guys. Look at this photo. It's our president right there.
Use gun is very, very difficult to detect and to stop.
Aaron
What a
Katersky,
photo.
Thank you so much. As we come up on the top of the hour here at 9 p.m. in the East, I'm Whit Johnson in New York, and if you're just joining us, we are following all of these major developments after the shooting at a campaign rally. Former President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, was slightly wounded in the right ear, but we're told by his campaign, by his family, that he's doing fine. Authorities say the shots were fired from a rooftop adjacent to the venue, some 200 to 300 yards away. 8 rounds fired from an AR-style rifle. That information just reported by our Aaron Katersky. And the shooter was neutralized by the Secret Service. The shooter was killed. Authorities say a second person, a bystander, is also dead. Also getting reports that another spectator may have been critically injured. The incident is being investigated now as a possible assassination attempt. The former president's son, Don Jr., says his father is under observation at the hospital and in good spirits. President Biden tonight coming before the cameras, condemning the incident, saying there's no place in this country for violence. The former president himself also releasing a statement moments ago, thanking the Secret Service and law enforcement for their rapid response, describing the incident, saying he heard a whizzing sound and shots. And President Biden, as we also noted, they're coming before the cameras. He was condemning the violence, saying all federal agencies are now engaged. He also tried to reach out to the former president personally to speak with him tonight. The incident all playing out before the cameras. The horrific moment here, the loud noises popping, the former president appearing to grab his right ear in that moment. Secret Service agents then rushing the stage, protecting him with their bodies like a human shield. Those anxious moments as everyone was waiting to see if Trump was okay.
This is the shocking moment. Chaos erupted at Donald Trump's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania.
If you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
You can hear several pops and see the former president grabbing his ear, ducking for cover behind the podium. Secret Service agents rushing the stage, surrounding Trump, shielding him, taking him down to the ground.
Wow. Guys,
the screaming crowd looking on in horror.
If he hadn't turned his head,
carefully lifting the former president up.
You guys want to see something? Look at this.
Hold on, your head is bloody.
Blood clear.
If he hadn't have turned his head, like this guy tweets this out. Trump did a sudden head movement that rotated his head clockwise. This means the bullet entry would have hit the back of his skull and killed him instantly had he not. And take a look at this photo. So this is before and after the gunshot. He turned his head at literally just the right time. If he had been a split second slower, this bullet could have entered into his skull. But he turned his head and it pierced his ear.
The president is fine and being checked out at a local medical facility.
What a situation, man. That's just insane. How does that happen? Wow. See, this is the before and after. Before he's facing forward, after he turns his head just slightly. If he hadn't turned his head at that exact moment, President Trump may very well not be alive right now.
Sounds. At first you think like maybe firecrackers, but it continued, and then somebody yelled, "Get down!" We got down, and we huddled and we started praying.
Tonight, local officials telling ABC News those sounds were in fact gunshots, live rounds fired from outside the security perimeter. This is being investigated as an attempted assassination. And tonight, the local district attorney telling ABC News at least one person is dead and the shooter is dead as well. Tonight, President Biden addressing the nation.
I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to
this is
telephone.
Actually a fantastic point by this guy on X. He says, how could this happen?
It's one of the reasons why we have to unite.
The shooter was able to get to an unsecured rooftop. People alerted police to suspicious man with a rifle on the roof. Trump reacted faster to the shooting than his security did. That's actually a really good point.
It's not appropriate.
Immediately, Trump ducks, and it's like there's a few seconds.
Those words from President
Secret Service is trained to act instantaneously. What were they doing in those few seconds? They're just walking around like idiots.
Rachel, you've been here since the beginning tonight. We were talking to each other during World News.
What's going on here?
Just getting underway.
I've said Mayorkas may be in bed with some cartels. Now I 100% believe it.
Yeah, we're with another group of witnesses that.
And I'm not saying Mayorkas had anything to do with it. Okay, YouTube. I'm not saying that.
With Trump supporters eager waiting
but this
to go
guy
inside of that rally right now.
Not
tonight,
a good guy.
This is an area where Trump supporters are gathering. They're left with shock about what happened. Tell me what you saw inside.
Yeah, I was just about like 30 feet from Trump, and then I saw the people that had been shot, and they were bringing them down in the stands right above me, and I just didn't want to get down. I just kept standing. But I saw, I saw the man that was hit in the head, and there was a lot of blood, and I knew there was no way he was going to survive that. And then there were two of them that they brought down, but it was like real chaos and chaotic, but I didn't get down, and so it was very interesting. We were just right there, about 40.
What was going through your mind as you saw that person with tons of blood on them?
Yeah, at first I was thinking, I thought different thoughts, like maybe this was the shooter and then he committed suicide, or maybe someone shot him. That's what my first thoughts were. I didn't think about just like someone that was in the stands. Yeah, that's what I thought.
And now knowing that this is someone that was in the stands, how are you processing this?
No, I think we're all in shock. Yeah, we're numb that this happened.
Can I say, when I heard this going on, I thought it was a firecracker. Just like with Kennedy, people thought it was a firecracker. And I looked, we were 20 yards away from Trump, and then we were 20 yards away from where I thought it was a firecracker. But then now I'm thinking maybe those were bullets that were going over our head.
Yeah.
And then they were saying, get down, get down, get down. I just wasn't processing. It took me like 2 minutes, and I finally hit the deck. But I think it's just like you're in shock. And how did the guy get the gun in there? How did he get the gun?
That's what we're all asking. How did the guy get up there on the building and not be noticed?
No.
So I've covered a number of Trump rallies. I've been to almost every single Trump rally this cycle. You've been to a number as well. You're fully aware of the security precautions. Trump supporters, as they're making their way in, they have to go through magnetometers. Your bags are searched. Your pockets are searched as well. And so any area where you're around the former president, there is a sense of safety. Yeah. And so to have this occur, what was going through your mind as you heard gunfire, get down, get down?
I think first I was in shock, but I do think I'm drawn to some of this I tried out for the Secret Service. I passed everything, but then they said, take your glasses off. That was the end of it. So my whole life would have been changed, but I couldn't see. But I guess I like to be where the action is in some ways. So, but I mean, not this, obviously this is just horrible, just horrifying. But
Trump survived. That's good. It would have been horrible news, worse news if he had been killed. So that's good. At least we had that. But yeah, we're all in shock, and it's really something. I just got done saying every generation thinks, well, we're past that. We're not going to have any more assassination attempts, and then you have something else, and maybe that's really hard to stop.
I thought it was firecrackers.
Yeah, you thought it was firecrackers. Yeah, I mean, so many people did. Initially, when that first happened, there was a lot of confusion for everyone that was inside of that fairground near. We heard the pop, 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 pop sounds. We heard shouts of gunfire, but we did not know for sure. We were just all told to get down. And then from my understanding, it was also law enforcement that told you all to just stay down, even though the former president was already escorted to make sure that they had the situation under control.
They kept saying, stay down, but then curiosity overcame me. After about 5 minutes, I stood up, and there were like 6 or 7 men with AR-15s or whatever, whether they AK-47s or AR-15s, and they were just like hawks. They were looking around, staring at everybody, and their guns ready, and one guy looked kind of nervous. I mean, it was just, I was just kept thinking that we're going to be a part of history here, so. Yeah. But it's just it's horrible. I felt bad for that guy that was shot because there was so much blood and things. So he was right above me, so I thought, oh, there's no way he survived that. But yeah, what a day.
a hard thing to witness, and I so appreciate you all taking the time to speak with me, and I'm glad that all of you are safe. Please get home safe. Again, with just this sense of disbelief, trying to process, replaying those events over and over in your head. That's
we have a reaction from Sebastian Gorka here.
Inside of that Trump rally is still having to.
Many of you guys are Sebastian Gorka fans. He went on Newsmax and he's talking about this. He makes a good point.
One of the most astute people in media texted me within minutes of what we heard, and he said the word unbelievable. And I said to him, Jeff, not unbelievable, utterly and completely expected. For 8 years, the left, the mainstream legacy media, the Democrats have engendered hate and have normalized violence. They called my former boss a Nazi, a white supremacist, a fascist, and you can play the video, Greg, you can play the video right now of individuals, Maxine Waters, saying when we were in the White House, if you see a member of the Trump cabinet in public, you surround them, you harass them. We have it on the record. Kamala Harris raising funds for convicted BLM arsonists, raising funds for their bail. There is one political party in America that has normalized violence, whether it's Antifa, whether it's BLM, whether it's language from Democrats, such as the most senior senator in the upper house saying what on the steps of the Supreme Court? Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, you will reap the whirlwind. That is a threat to sitting associate justices. So pray for the person who was killed, the innocent bystander, pray for President Trump, and pray for this republic, because we are on the precipice after what we just witnessed.
Absolutely. Extremely articulate way to put that.
Joining the Secret Service in this investigation. Let's go back to Martha Raddatz. Martha, you've been talking to sources, also military sources, and you have some new information, what you're learning about the weapon.
Well, we know from our own reporting from Aaron Katersky and others here at ABC that they believe it was an AR-15 and that the shooter got off 8 rounds. Talking to a military source who said it is the same thing as an M4, which they use in the military. We train to shoot at our ranges out to 300 meters without optics or a scope. A good shooter can easily shoot further with an optic. That's about 330 yards. And it's believed the shooter was 200 to 300 yards out. This military officer said the 300 yards is definitely in range, not an easy shot, but 100% in range. And this is very sobering, Whit. He said, I am surprised he didn't hit him. We do know that his ear was grazed and not certain exactly how that happened at this point, although Donald Trump said he believed it was a bullet going by him. But I am surprised he didn't hit him. This military officer also says that it was likely, given the sounds he has been listening to all day on that tape that we have been playing and that Donald Trump himself heard and everybody there who was there, that it was far away, but that perhaps the shooter tried one shot, missed, and then got off several very rapidly just into the crowd.
Yeah, 200 to 300 yards away, and that shooter on top of a roof. And Martha, to your point, it is worth emphasizing that. I mean, former President Trump says that he heard the bullet whizzing by and that it pierced the top of his ear, literally inches away from taking his life.
It certainly would have been if it, in fact, is proven to be a bullet that went right by his ear. Millimeters.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has come out.
Turn your head.
This is what she tweeted about the incident. She says there's no place for political violence. The horrific incident we just witnessed in Pennsylvania, it is absolutely unacceptable and must be denounced in the strongest terms. My heart goes out to the victims, and I wish the former president a speedy recovery. Another one of those ones that called Trump literally Hitler.
Of these kinds of events with people way outside of the event itself, way outside security, and that is something the Secret Service is going to have to look at, local law enforcement as well, how this person got on that roof, undetected by police or anyone else carrying a rifle up there, carrying an AR-15.
And again, we still don't have information about the threat itself, the motive, who the shooter was. We haven't even been told by law enforcement, whether they think the threat is over. So still a lot more information to come. Martha, thank you so much. We appreciate it as always. And throughout the evening here, we've been speaking with many other eyewitnesses.
Trump's motorcade has just left the hospital. This is a live shot of it, just posted by Benny Johnson just a second ago. Live view. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
But it continued, and then somebody yelled, "Get down." We got down, and we huddled, and we started praying. And we just started praying, and thank God, a little while later, we got up. When we saw other people get up, we saw Trump get up, raise his fist like I'm okay, and we kept praying.
I felt really bad. I'm worried about our grandchildren. What kind of life are they going to have if this goes on, if people don't have the right to say what they want?
You told me that you were near the very front. You weren't very far.
No, we were like from here to where.
So someone took the video and slowed it down. This shows the video of when Donald Trump tilted his head just at the same moment the bullet was fired. Donald Trump spun his head just a little bit, tilted his head just a little bit. And this is what caused the bullet to enter his ear, in fact, instead of his brain, guys. This is why Donald Trump making all of his head movements that he makes, he's very animated when he talks, when he speaks, he moves around, he likes to engage, tilting his head, looking around. That saved him. Look at this. You watch right there. And then he reaches up. He reaches up with his ear. That one, here, let me, it should loop back around. You see that? That slow movement right there where he spins his head just a little bit. That's when he gets hit. Right there. If he hadn't have, that bullet may very well have entered into his skull.
And just in case, I think that was good because it helped calm people down. But I think one of the stands that I was next to, they did carry out a man, and there was another one that might have been injured. I'm not 100% sure, but definitely one at least. And on the other stand on the other side, because I was on the right, on the left, there were a bunch of men in uniform surrounding someone. So that was interesting to see.
You said that you were very impressed by the speed in which Secret Service was able to get on that stage within seconds of all of us hearing those popping sounds.
Yeah, absolutely. They did a great job. I definitely felt protected in the situation. The sniper was on it, watching on guard. Everyone on the scene did a great job. Of course, it was nerve-wracking in the moment, but I never felt like I was in danger, which was cool. They were on the president, which I'm very thankful of, and they did a great job protecting him and getting him out as quick as possible.
No, they didn't. They did a horrible job. They let some guy with a rifle on top of a roof. What a joke of a Secret Service. I'm not even joking. That's just crazy.
And President Trump had just
absolute joke.
Me and said he was going to have me come up on the stage, and said, well, wait a minute. And then there were a number of shots. I think probably 7 or 8 shots. It wasn't clear whether they would come from one place or 2 places. At least I couldn't tell. And immediately there was a swarm of Secret Service officers that, got on top of and knocked down President Trump and got on top of him. And then he stood back up, and you sort of saw this fist come out, sort of defiant that it looked like he was okay, but you couldn't tell for sure. It looked like there was some blood, but it wasn't obvious. And then the entire crowd went to the ground because we weren't sure whether the shots were done. And then unfortunately, over my shoulder, someone had clearly been hit. I was on the ground, and up in the bleachers, probably 3 or 4 bleachers behind me, it looked like there was a man who was severely injured. There was a lot of blood, and his people around him were trying to administer first aid. And then the police, some police officers came in and carried him out, and presumably took him to get first aid. That's really all I could see. I don't know if there were other people injured, and I don't know if there was anybody apprehended, because as you might imagine, once that happened, the crowd was it was very chaotic, and it was very hard to know what was going on. And we're still there at the rally, just sitting trying to get out because the traffic is so backed up.
And Dave, your account seems to confirm some of this reporting that we're getting about a shooter and potential bystanders who were hurt. Just talk more about your initial reaction. I mean, seeing this, you're running for Senate in the state of Pennsylvania. You're about to walk up on the stage. You're getting introduced by the former president, and then you hear these shots ring out and the chaos in the crowd. What was going through your mind in that moment?
Well, it takes a minute to process. People started to panic all around. You could feel, people were very scared, and so, everybody just dropped to the ground. And it felt very obvious that the president was under assault, and very much at risk. And it wasn't clear that he was okay to begin with. And then, once it started to sink in, you're thinking, are there?
So there's this video being shown around, guys.
Are they going to target other people?
Of this individual named Mark Violet.
Like these.
Now, this is what he looks like.
Previously, you realize.
But I'm kind of dubious that this is the actual guy.
You gotta be careful not to draw too many conclusions.
I'll show you why. I've had this into me several times.
Oh my Lord!
This is the picture
because there's clearly
of the shooter on top of the roof
in the crowd, and maybe more. And, really.
After he got shot. That does not look like the same guy to me.
And shocking.
So that's why I don't want to play that video. I don't know where that video has come from. It just doesn't make sense to me at this point.
People were, enthusiastic, and all of a sudden, it was turned upside down.
What does this say to you about our state of division and the politics in this country right now?
Well, I don't want to draw any conclusions before I know more about it. But, obviously it's, if you're a public official, if you're a presidential candidate and, your safety's at risk, that's scary for all of us, no matter what party you're in. And so I think it's a moment to take stock. And, you had 15,000. It seemed, it was a huge crowd. I was told by the law enforcement people there are 15,000 people who were enthusiastically supporting their candidate. And all of a sudden, the former president, his life is at risk, and what were peaceful people in the audience are wounded, potentially, fatally. I mean, that's unacceptable, and it's not a matter of party. That's just unacceptable in our great country.
I do want to go to Leonard Verdetto, who is an eyewitness who was there at the rally today. He's joining us now on the phone. Leonard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How you doing? Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely, Leonard. We're so grateful that you are okay. Can you just walk us through what happened and what you saw?
Sure, absolutely. So everybody was excited to see the former president coming out. We were all, excited, and we were all happy. We were all joyful. We were all there for each other. Then the former president was giving his speech. Then moments later, there was some, popping sounds that were going off. There were about maybe 6 or 7 to 8 shots that were happening. None of us really registered at the time, but then all people were saying, "Get down, get down." Even I was saying, "Get down." Other people were saying, "Get down" as well. And, we were all praying. We were praying to Yeshua, the Lord Jesus, and we were praying to him to keep us safe, keep us protected. But unfortunately, what happened was, someone did get shot. What I do hear is that I think 2 people did get shot, that to the best of my knowledge. And I believe that, the former president, which I'm glad he is safe. So.
Now, Leonard, and again, we don't have all these things confirmed yet. So, this is your perspective here. But when you say that you believe that 2 people were shot, could you actually see people, potential victims?
What I seen, and to the best of my knowledge, sir, is that and again, I was hearing it from other news sources as well. But what I seen, when I first seen that there was blood on a couple of people. Someone was shot just like about 5 feet right behind us, to be honest with you. So we were that close. And thank God we weren't shot either.
And where were you located? We're looking at the video right now. This is the former president being brought back to his feet after those shots were fired. Were you on the stands behind Donald Trump, or were you in front of him?
If you're looking exactly at him, we'd be on the left side, actually. We were the left side of the other stands where you've seen those big TVs.
So the left side of the stands facing the president or behind the former president?
Facing the president. We were more on the sides, looking on the side of the president, so facing him.
Leonard, let me just ask you too. Obviously, you go to we've been talking about this, the division in this country, the polarization. But here you are. Obviously, you're exercising your right to, support whichever politician you believe in. And you go to an event like this, you don't expect there to be violence. What's in your heart right now?
Well, what's in the heart right now is I'm encouraging the American people to pray to Lord Jesus, because right now our country's divided.
Again, those words from some of the witnesses that we heard from throughout the hours this evening who were there inside this venue in Butler, Pennsylvania. The event was supposed to be sort of a precursor for the big week at the Republican National Convention. Former President Donald Trump had been hinting that he was going to announce his running mate in the coming days. So all eyes were on this event when the gunfire rang out. And then those terrifying moments and these images you continue
Thorny
to see
knows is this the media's is it the media's fault, or it is the media's fault? Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, they've been fear mongering about Donald Trump for years. There's people who are literally going nutty over the idea that we have a Hitler on the loose named Donald Trump, who has come and gathered an enormous amount of followers and supporters, and they think this guy is literally the reincarnation of Hitler. This is a sentiment that has been pumped out into people's brains for years. And either this person went nutty from Trump derangement syndrome,
we know at least one spectator,
or there's something even more nefarious at play. We don't know, guys. I mean, this is all speculation right now.
Serious injuries. We're still waiting to get more information.
But that is a good
also unable to tell
possibility. Someone literally goes nutty over Trump derangement syndrome, gets a gun, and goes to a Trump rally and attempts to assassinate Donald Trump.
So still so much information that we need to learn
from all of the propaganda from the media and the Biden regime.
To our entire team,
for the past
been with us on the air for
8 years
hours now. John Karl is in Milwaukee because that was supposed to be the location for all the news this week at the Republican National Convention. John, you've been talking to Republican sources there. In fact, you were in an interview when reports of these shots first came out.
I wasn't in a formal interview, but I was standing on the floor of the convention with the person who was running this convention, Michael Whatley, the chairman of the Republican National Committee. We were just, talking about the big week's plans ahead, speculating on when Trump will actually make the announcement of his running mate when this news broke. And as you can imagine, shockwaves throughout the hall. Nobody really had any idea yet what had happened other than those initial reports and that shocking live video. He took a call from one of his aides and was whisked off the floor to try to figure out what was going on. This has effectively put a freeze on the campaign, at least.
This is a wild shot right here, guys. Look at this one.
In Milwaukee.
This is the moment. I mean, I'm going to have to age restrict this video on YouTube or something. This is the moment the sniper takes out the shot, the shooter.
Take a look at what happened.
Look at that.
And that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Wow. That is insane.
Is effectively put in a state of deep freeze. And then we're hearing statements across the political spectrum, I think most prominently from former presidents. Where we heard from President George W. Bush, who said that Laura and I are grateful that President Trump is safe following the cowardly attack on his life. He commends the Secret Service, obviously, as somebody who was also protected by the Secret Service. We heard a similar statement from Barack and Michelle Obama, a similar statement from Bill and Hillary Clinton. We've heard statements from the president's allies and from his political opponents, all saying that violence has absolutely no place in American politics, uniformly condemning this. But I have to also say we are starting to hear some very unfortunate signs of efforts to politicize this horrific event.
That's right. We noted before, this will be a big test to see how the country responds, politically and in living rooms and workplaces across this country. John, thank you so much. I do want to hear from another person who
there's a photo of the
witnessed the gunfire. Rico
apparently the individual.
Now.
I can't show it to you guys on here. I would definitely get hit with a strike.
Thank you so much.
Wow, that's wild.
Also, with all due respect, my prayers go out to
but one was just posted to Twitter.
I know it's very rough. So I was positioned probably about maybe 20 feet away from the president at the point in time when he was making his address. I was to the right of the stage due to me being I was a speaker at the event. So I did my speech earlier today. Doing the pre-program, and I was a few feet from where this all occurred. We heard the shots, and I thought it was, first thought it was fireworks because, people are on edge, and any kind of loud boom you hear, you're going to think gunshots immediately, especially because of the environment of what was going on. And I turned around, and someone yelled medic. And I looked, and there was no way a medic could have got to that person in time. So I left my seat, took my tie off, I jumped over the barrier, and I ran to the individual. But when I got there, it was too late. The person was bleeding out through their head. And like I said, once again, respects to the family because this is a very tough time. But they were shot, and I tried to.
So it looks like, look at this, guys.
Block the wound.
This picture was just posted on X as well. It looks like a bullet hit Trump in the chest area, but he's wearing a bulletproof vest. Trump wears bulletproof vests to these rallies because his Secret Service detail advised this.
People were very nervous.
That yellow circle, is that a possible bullet to the chest? Was Donald Trump saved by his bulletproof vest? Wow, that's
or said to be.
What a picture! Wow.
So I assisted with getting people down and getting people out, and I try to keep kids calm and just get people clear.
Wow, Rico. Obviously, we want to be sensitive to the victim's family. But can you tell us more about this person? Where they were? Was it a man? Was it a woman?
Well, it was a male. It was a male victim. He was literally just sitting there in the stands. He had to be maybe 3 or 4 rows up from the bottom of the bleachers where everybody was sitting. And 1 second, where everyone's cheering and happy and listening to what Trump's saying, and the next minute, he's gone.
Rico, did you have any training in this sort of like first aid? I mean, this is life-saving aid that you're describing here.
I mean, I'm in the military. I'm in the 171st Air Refueling Wing, and we learn first aid and self-aid buddy care and basic training. And at the point, as soon as I heard the shots and I seen and heard someone yell medic, my first instinct was, I'm trained in self-aid. I'm trained in applying a tourniquet, but I'm not trained to see someone's, what I witnessed.
I mean, nobody can be trained for that. And we're getting the sense, Rico, not just from you, but from others, I think there's going to be...
We have a press statement from the United States Secret Service.
That's going to need to take place for the people who are there.
This is new.
This, and especially for you.
From Anthony Guglielmi. During former President Trump's campaign and rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on the evening of July the 13th at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position outside of the rally venue. U.S. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. U.S. Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and the former president is safe and being evaluated. I think that they might have read this on air already. It was the first time I saw it on on Twitter, though, so far.
Rico, I don't even know if these are the right words to ask this question because most people have never been in this situation. But how are you processing what you saw and what you witnessed?
I mean, one can only process what happened, hopefully as slow as possible. But my worry, my heart at this point in time is not for myself, but it's for the families of the loved one.
Rico Elmore.
It's important.
Thank you again for your time, and I'm sure the family is grateful, at least at your efforts. That you jumped in and you did everything you could to help out, and of course our hearts go out to all the victims. And
here's a pretty detailed map of what went down over there. So
thank you very much tonight.
Shows Donald Trump's location, Secret Service snipers, shooter's location.
Witness accounts that we've received from Rico Elmore there. Really
take a look at that. That's wild.
These terrifying and chaotic moments that people described for us, and it went from jubilant people in the crowd, eager to hear from the former president, to within a matter of seconds. The
420 feet.
Thought at first maybe sounded like fireworks before.
Just seems hard to believe that the Secret Service snipers, it would take them that long
go back to Martha Raddatz.
to see a guy crawling on the roof.
And I gotta say,
I don't know, man. It just seems a little bit odd
but when you hear
to
from
me.
A witness
Okay,
who witnessed someone die before their very eyes, it's a reminder of just how horrific and historic this event was today.
And how tragic.
Yeah.
And I think most of us just saw what happened to former President Trump, and we're all thankful he is okay. But what happened in that venue, and hearing the story of that young soldier or military person leaping into action, which is not a surprise, going there for a jubilant celebration and having to deal with that kind of tragedy is sobering to us all. I do know that the weapon that the shooter apparently used was something that could be fired from 200, 300 yards away or even more, and could have been accurate. He very well could have shot more people. He very well could have.
Here's a disgusting response from Senator London Lamar. Yeah, check this out. This is what she tweeted. While I am praying for former President Trump and hope he makes a full recovery, the extremism from the MAGA regime has brought us to this point. Yeah, that's what she took from this, guys. That's what a disgusting pile of garbage this lady is. What the heck, man?
Within range.
Wow.
President Trump.
They just can't go any lower, can they? Just absolutely wild.
The shooter was, the motivation there, and where the investigation goes from here. Martha Raddatz, as always, thank you. Let's go to Josh Margolin, one of our senior investigative producers, who's been getting new details from law enforcement. Josh, what are you learning?
With the key part of the investigation, a key part of the investigation.
Michelle says President Trump didn't deserve this. Absolutely not. No.
The shooter was elevated.
You're absolutely correct.
Secret Service now confirms. Elevated positions have long been perceived by law enforcement as a real risk to events, to people that gather. Look, just in recent years, we saw the Highland Park, Illinois mass shooting on July 4th. 2022. That was a shooter who was at an elevated position. Of course, the Las Vegas massacre, the worst mass shooting in American history, that was with a shooter who fired down from an elevated position on the Las Vegas Strip. And obviously, we can't
Laura Loomer posted this.
Kennedy was killed by a gunman.
I mean, this is actually a good point. I talked about this not too long ago as well.
The motorcade.
Less than 3 months ago, Democrats tried to get President Trump's Secret Service protection revoked if he was convicted. Remember that? Remember that, Bill?
So a key thing is going to be, how did
Democrats look to strip Secret Service protection from Trump if he's convicted?
Available to that person.
Exactly, and I think obviously this is early on, and it's hard to ask some of these hypothetical
that's what they'd like to see.
Now. But
no doubt.
Josh, you know, like all the surveillance and the scanning of these areas that go into place before the event even occurs, and the drones and the helicopters and devices up above, it's hard to imagine how something like this could have been missed from 200, 300 yards away, a rooftop elevated position. That will definitely be part of the investigation going forward.
Absolutely. And in fact, the Secret Service has already gone public during the January 6th committee hearings. There was testimony about the Secret Service. They know that people that come to Trump rallies sometimes come carrying weapons, not necessarily because they want to hurt anybody. People carry weapons, but you're not allowed to bring those weapons into proximity of the president, of the former president, of the candidate.
Josh Margolin, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Let's go back to Rick Klein, our political director at Washington bureau chief, who's there in Milwaukee. I just want to get more on your response, because it is hard to imagine how this week of the Republican National Convention is going to play out, business as usual or as planned. What are you learning about some of the adjustments or changes that could be made in the coming hours?
Whit, I was told just moments ago that there were no changes to the convention itself, but I would note that there is precedent for condensing a convention in the event that you need to. There have been times where major storms, either in a convention city or elsewhere in the country, have forced the cancellation of one night. There is plenty of wiggle room in a schedule like this to be able to do the convention business in fewer.
In other news, if you guys wanted to laugh, Trump versus Bullet, Biden versus stairs. Yeah, that's right. That's our president right there, baby.
Just to understand what a convention is like, it's not just what goes on.
What a fighter.
The arena itself.
After he gets shot, he says, hold on.
Dozens, maybe
he looks at everyone in the rally, gives him this fist bump.
Well, tomorrow night, there's a 15,000
what a guy, man. Absolute hero.
For all delegates and invited guests. That is an enormous event, and it's an enormously hard event to secure. Similarly, you've got talking about breakfasts that happen around the city in hotel ballrooms and private residences. So many opportunities to worry about the security footprint that involve elected officials, maybe even the president himself or the former president or his vice presidential running mate might be slated to attend things like this. So
thanks for all your hard work, Michelle. I appreciate you.
Itself, which is still on, but everything surrounding it. This was a city that was ready to celebrate this moment.
I see there was a kerfluffle.
A city that is worried, concerned about this increased threat environment.
Rick Klein, thank you. Let's go back to John Carl, also there in Milwaukee. And John, picking up on that point, because this is not just known threats with security, right? It's anybody who could be motivated. We've talked about lone wolves and that threat in the past. It's somebody who may see an event that they saw and then be inspired to do something. That can be almost impossible to plan for, especially when you have large gatherings of lots of people.
Yeah, and look, this was already a place that was going to be in lockdown for the next week. I mean, I am here just outside the Convention Center Hall, and you can see, I mean, you can't see, but I can see right over here the fencing that has been put up to basically secure this place, several block radius, basically already on lockdown, even though the convention itself doesn't start until Monday at 2 o'clock Eastern time. But they were preparing to keep this, and I've been
this is
conventions for a long time.
Dr. Simone Gold. She's in the center of Times Square, and this is what she's saying right here. She says that there's not a single monitor reporting this incident. Wow. They don't want this getting out, guys. They don't want this really swaying things the way they know it will sway public opinion. So they're trying to keep it under wraps. They're not playing it in these public places. Watch.
Times Square, and friends, I'm in the middle of Times Square, and I just got the news that President Donald Trump has been shot, and I'm completely shocked. I've heard it appears he's okay, but look behind me. I'm in the center of Times Square. There's huge video monitors behind me, huge TVs behind me. Not a single report on the news about the president being shot. Now, on the other side of Times Square, we're looking over Times Square. This is the center of New York. You see all those video monitors outside? Right? See all this?
Wow.
None of them are reporting that the presidential candidate for the Republican Party has been shot. Not a word. Look at that. If anybody has any doubt about the depth of the censorship and propaganda that we are living in the 21st century in 2024, have no doubts anymore. The presidential candidate has been shot, and not a single mention of it in the center of Times Square. All of of these videos, right? All of these videos. Not a mention.
That's so wild. That's another way the mainstream media propagandizes people. They refuse to report real news.
What that means is that this is officially being looked at as an assassination plot, potentially that is going to be investigated until they can.
They don't just spread misinformation, disinformation. One of their tactics is failing to strategically report things.
Law enforcement will be looking at security.
If this were something about Biden, if this was an attempt on Biden's life or anyone on the left, this would be literally front page news all over Times Square, all over all of those massive screens. But no, it's Donald Trump.
Office have been telling me repeatedly.
Disgusting behavior by the media.
Biggest concern
they always
was this spike in.
Surprise me how disgusting they are.
And the fact that also terrorism, ISIS, all these different things were surging at precisely the same time. That is the environment that we face ourselves with. And the other thing that's very important, too, from a source I just spoke with, is that until they can get a definitive blueprint, understanding of who this suspect is, they are not releasing very much information because they cannot yet say that this is contained to only this event. They cannot yet say that.
Pierre Thomas, thank you. Let's go back to John Karl. I understand you have a new statement from the RNC.
Yeah, this is a joint statement from the Trump campaign and from the Republican National Committee, and we just got this in, so I'm going to be reading this to you for the first time here on the air. A statement from the Trump campaign and the RNC. As was communicated earlier this evening, President Trump is doing well and grateful to law enforcement and to first responders for their fast action. President Trump looks forward to joining you all in Milwaukee as we proceed with our convention to nominate him to serve as the 47th President of the United States. As our party's nominee, President Trump will continue to share his vision to make America
no fear, baby.
The key line there
no fear.
President Trump looks forward to joining you here in Milwaukee to continue the plans for our convention.
That's right. He's not a coward.
Nothing is changing.
He doesn't cower in fear. He doesn't run to his basement like Joe Biden does. No fear. That's our president.
Working things out, but predicted that the convention wouldn't just continue.
Tis but a scratch.
Will continue with a vengeance.
Tis just a little hole in my ear. It's okay. I will be at the RNC. Let's go.
But it to be a very energized convention.
Hey, Elmer, thank you. Thank you for watching.
Focused on
what a historic day, man. That's
somebody who couldn't even be stopped by an attempted assassin.
All right, John Karl.
What a historic day. Donald Trump.
Republican conventions and Reince Priebus.
What an absolute fighter. Doesn't stop. He gets shot.
Chief of Staff at
goes down.
Trump. Reince is joining us on the phone right
Security.
now.
Secret Service tried to carry him out, and he says, wait a second. What an iconic moment. Turns to his followers and says, fight.
Everybody, it's just horrific and dreadful, and it's a sad day. It's, innocent person was killed, and maybe
Christy, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate you. Christy says, American flag heart.
How
amen.
Some people can be, and seemingly our inability to stop it. So it's all of those emotions all at the same time. So, and we're also gathered right now with soon will be about 50,000 people in Milwaukee to celebrate our nominee and also celebrate our community in Milwaukee and in Wisconsin. And obviously it's tragic in a lot of ways. So I'm obviously grateful and I'm grateful that the guy was killed, but it's the whole thing's tragic. Lots of lost life and obviously just a lot of mixed emotions. Let me just put it that way.
Ryan, speaking of those mixed emotions, and we've heard a number of statements from politicians on all sides of the aisle, most condemning the violence and saying that this could never stand, it should not happen. But we are also hearing some who are pointing the finger and placing blame. What's your reaction to that? Is there a place for that kind of conversation right now in this moment?
I don't think so. I mean, I think you have to think and you have to contemplate. And in the case of blame, I guess you can investigate what happened and why it happened. And, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a time for that. But I just don't feel comfortable getting into that.
Tennessee
right
Ridge
now.
Runner 2.
You know,
Thank you for your super chat, Tennessee Ridge Runner. I really appreciate you. He says MAGA Trump 2024. That's right, baby. Let's go.
So you don't care about your own life. You don't care about other people's
Thank you, sir.
lives.
MAGA.
You get tragic results.
Let's go.
It's more sad, I think, than anything. I think that's probably the overwhelming feeling of most people.
Reince Priebus, thank you for your time tonight. We do appreciate it. I want to go back to John Santucci, our executive editor on investigations.
I'm trying to find anything new, guys. I'm trying to
Trump family tonight. They gave you
scour through the web
directly about Trump's condition, that he was receiving medical treatment, that he's doing okay, he's doing fine, and also he claims that he was shot, that it was a bullet that grazed the top of his ear. What more are they telling you tonight?
Yeah, well, Whit, first, a very rare public statement from Ivanka Trump. Of course, this was the only member of the Trump family that went to the White House with Donald Trump when he, of course, won and ascended to the presidency in 2017. Ivanka writing on Twitter with tonight, well, thank you for your love and prayers for my father and for the other victims of today's senseless violence in Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to the Secret Service and all the other law enforcement officers for their quick and decisive action today. I continue to pray for our country. I love you, Dad, today and always. That statement.
Hey, thanks, Valerie. Appreciate you. Thanks for watching.
Again, a very rare public statement from the former first daughter because, you know, as we know, with unlike her two brothers, being the three eldest children of the former president, they have still stayed very actively involved in Donald Trump's political life. Ivanka has really gone off into a private life with her husband, Jared Kushner. You mentioned with other members of the family I've spoken to, I did have a very brief exchange with Eric Trump. Of course, you'll recall from all of the trials that his father faced earlier this year.
The Secret Service have to spread its footprint.
Father's side in that Manhattan court.
Well, here's the thing.
Of course, of the Manhattan DA's case earlier this year. Eric Trump telling me,
man, you guys are being so nice.
Father is the toughest man I have ever met. Not elaborating.
Yuck FoodTube says, Andrew, you've done better than any news or big YouTube channel, better than PBD. Really? Hey, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. I like PBD a lot, so that's a huge compliment. Thank you.
As you well know, is now the second in command of the
Hey, we got Tijuana Border Jumper in the chat. My man, how's it going, Tijuana? Jumping that southern border, I see. Still cracking. He says Tijuana stands with Trump. Let's go, baby. Thanks, my brother.
That his father has been in good spirits, that nothing is going to stop him. And, of course, again, Donald Trump Jr., you know, his brother's active by his father's side, but you have to recognize that Donald Trump Jr., of course, has really been the one to continue the political mantle of his father. And it's actually a rare occurrence that the two sons, one or the other, was not with the president tonight in Butler, Pennsylvania. We know they have been very active, present, whether it be in the courtroom or on the campaign trail with.
John Santucci, thank you. Let's go back to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary, we know that President Biden is in Rehoboth, Delaware for the weekend, but he has been following developments, briefed by his staff and the Secret Service, and then he came out before the cameras earlier today.
Good point, Mark.
Condemning the violence, saying that there's no place in America for this kind of violence. What more do we know about his activities tonight? We know that he did reach out to former President Trump directly.
Yeah, he did. He is still trying to get in touch with the former president. We know that he reached out to him in a rare move. President Biden actually referring to his rival by his first name, saying he was trying to get a hold of Donald. The president coming out and forcefully condemning this kind of violence, saying it is sick, saying there's no place in America for this kind of violence, saying it's one of the reasons that this country has to come together, one of the reasons why we have to unite the country, saying we cannot be like this.
Guys, I put the picture of the shooter
without any
in my
kind of
Discord.
problems like this.
I can't show it.
This is political violence. He did not.
I can't show it on stream. So if you wanna join the Discord, I'll post a link on my members channel.
We know he continues to be briefed and updated by this. He is
a members only chat. So
the Director of Homeland Security, the Secretary of Homeland Security.
Let me get the link really quick.
His Homeland Security advisor. He remains for now at Rehoboth, Delaware.
I'm going to post it right now on my members only, so you have to join the Discord to see it. But this is the actual photo.
Speak to Americans as soon as he could.
This is breaking.
There is no question, completely upends and changes this race. The president is now and his campaign are trying to turn down the temperature. They're pulling down their political communications, pulling down their ads. It's not just, we've been talking about how this will or will not impact the Republican National Convention. This will also have a huge impact on the president's campaign as well. We'll be looking closely to see how he may be changing any of his upcoming events as well. He's supposed to be out on the road in Texas and in Nevada early on next week. Will any of that change? One of many remaining questions. But the president and many of those close to him, we have seen a slew of his cabinet officials and advisors coming out and calling to sort of dial down rhetoric in this country. One of the big remaining questions is whether that will happen or whether this incident will further divide this country with.
And that will be a big test, Mary, we've been talking about. I want to follow up on that because while the president and his campaign, at least publicly, are talking about dialing down the rhetoric, we have seen some politicians out there already placing blame that would appear to only turn up the heat across the country. How is the Biden campaign? How are others?
All right, guys, I posted that.
Responding to that.
I just posted that to
you are already
members
those who are trying to politicize
for the Discord. So if you want to, that's just breaking. I just can't show it on stream. That's the thing. I can't do it. I will get taken off for sure. So I posted the Discord link. You just have to join the lowest tier of the membership.
The president has been running a campaign very much centered on Biden's argument that Donald Trump is a danger.
Tennessee Road Ridge Runners 2 says, from the vets like me, unite for Trump, or our beloved military is doomed. In my opinion, go Trump. Thank you, sir. You make a fantastic point. Hey, thank you so much for your service.
In this country is now, given how divided
really appreciate you.
Our nation is, that we are unfortunately seeing, just shortly after a horrific incident like this, that there are, efforts to politicize some of this. How this plays out, of course, remains to be seen.
This is such a pivotal moment in the campaign as we move towards the conventions and then the elections. And it remains to be seen how the country will respond. Mary Bruce, thank you. I do want to bring in, we have some more eyewitnesses who were there at that event in Pennsylvania today. John Dohanish was there and he is joining us now on the phone. John, if you can hear me, just walk us through what you saw and heard.
Hey, yeah. So, well, first, I just wanted to send out my condolences and prayers to the families of the victims. It was just crazy to just watch that so fast. But I'm just going to jump right into it, right to when the shots happened. Trump started his speech, and immediately it sounded like what everyone's saying, like fireworks or firecrackers. And as soon as I heard the first one, I looked over. We were probably right in the middle of the stands. If you're facing Trump.
Joe Miller with the $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Joe. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out tonight and watching.
I just saw the bullets hitting the stands.
It's a historical day. It really is. It's sobering day.
I thought someone was right beside him.
But Trump triumphed. What a guy, man. Oh,
there was the 4 shots.
What a cool guy.
5-second pause.
He's so cool.
And then the rest of the 4 shots that I then heard. And then all of a sudden I'm hearing everyone just screaming, get down, get down. I'm hearing, get a medic. I'm seeing people with blood on them. I'm trying to help people get down. And I look up, I see the Secret Service gathering Trump immediately. Like I heard everyone saying, that was just highly impressive. But yeah, that was basically it from that. It just happened all so fast.
I'm sure, and John, again, as we've seen the video, it's really just a matter of seconds that all this was happening as the shots were fired, and you're there witnessing all of this in real time. Was there a moment when fear started to settle in, when you realized, oh, this is real, this is really happening, these are gunshots?
I put the member link in there if you guys are interested in that, where I posted that picture.
So I wouldn't say fear, but definitely more concern.
It's too graphic to show on YouTube.
Because I was around a lot of more older people. So I was.
It's definitely not that other guy that they're saying it was. The guy with that had the video. It's not the same guy.
I have my faith in God.
Apparently, the Secret Service, they weren't allowing anyone to photograph the actual the attendees of the rally who got shot, but they did allow somebody to take this photo, and it's pretty darn gruesome.
Keep praying, keep calm. I just kept telling everything was going to be okay, but unfortunately for those 2 victims, or if there was more, I'm not sure, but yeah, tried my best.
Were you close to some of the victims?
Probably about 5 to 7 feet away from the one gentleman in the stands there who, I guess it was someone's father there.
I just got a text message from Trump's campaign.
Victim, did you realize that person was in grave danger? Was it immediate?
I believe it's the same one that he posted on his True Social. Yeah, it is.
Whenever I heard he got hit in the head, from what I heard, I seen someone else give the signal that he didn't make it, and that just infuriated me. That just enraged me, and I just have a feeling that we're gonna come back and come out stronger than ever. I feel now.
And when you say that, and of course, there's such a mix of emotions, right? And you were there, and you're still processing everything. But when you say we're going to come out of this stronger, what do you mean by that? You mean the country? You mean uniting?
Yep.
Yeah.
As a one, I feel.
Yeah,
like
you see it in the Discord there, Michelle. It's definitely a different guy. So
start joining together.
Apparently, that's the official photo of the shooter who was shot.
Into the world, or into our country.
Pretty disgusting, isn't it? You see why I can't show it on the stream. It's definitely against
John Dohanish,
YouTube rules for sure.
And we're thankful that you are okay and the people around you, and we're just so sorry, and our hearts ache for you and others who had to witness this horror, and of course the families of those who were killed and injured. John, thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Once again, for those of you who are just tuning in, we're coming to 10 p.m. Eastern time here, the top of the hour. We've been on this story for hours. I'm Whit Johnson in New York. We are following the major developments tonight after the shooting at a campaign rally for former President Donald Trump. This happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. On the right side of your screen right there, you're seeing the events play out in real time. It was a matter of seconds. The president described the incident on Truth Social a short time ago, saying that he was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of his right ear, and you could actually see in the video moments before he reached for his ear before he went down to the ground. He was then taken to a nearby hospital and is reported to be fine. The incident is being investigated now as a possible assassination attempt. Authorities say the shots were fired from a rooftop outside the venue from some 200 to 300 yards away. 8 rounds were fired from an AR-style rifle. The shooter was then neutralized, killed by the Secret Service. A second person, a bystander, is also dead, and we're told that 2 others were injured, and we're still awaiting more details on their conditions. Earlier this evening, President Biden came before the cameras condemning the violence, saying all federal agencies are engaged in this investigation. The FBI is taking the lead. They will, of course, focus on the shooter and the motivation, but also on the security measures surrounding the event. This horrific moment, loud popping noises, that's what we could hear in the video. That's what we've been hearing from witnesses. The former president, in the photographs you will see, appear to grab his right ear. Secret Service agents then rushing the stage, protecting him with their bodies, crowding around the former president. Those anxious moments waiting to see if Trump was okay. And you can see that trickle of blood coming down in some of the images. Secret Service then helping Trump up with what appeared to be that blood around his ear, Trump pumping his fists, signaling to the crowd that he was okay. And we did hear some roars and cheers from the crowd when they saw that. Agents helping Trump to a vehicle, and once again, as he gets in there, acknowledging the crowd.
No, that was Sandra. That was a different photo that I showed. It was not the one. So that one was kind of hard to make out. It was kind of from afar. This one is an up-close shot
just 2 days
of the shooter
National Convention is set to
laying on the ground
this evening, the campaign and the
with, let's just say, you know, parts of his
joining the convention
inside of his skull
will go on as scheduled.
Kind of laying around. Let's just put it that way. It's pretty gross. It's pretty gross. Pretty stomach turning.
This is the shocking moment. Chaos erupted at Donald Trump's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania.
If you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
You can hear several pops and see the former president grabbing his ear, ducking for cover behind the podium.
Oh, I bet Benny Johnson was mad. I haven't.
Stage surrounding Trump.
Since I heard about this, the first thing I did, I had to.
The screaming crowd.
I had to go live.
A short time later, agents carefully lifting the former president up.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold on, your head is bloody.
Blood clearly seen on his face. Trump pumping his fist. Agents whisking the former president off the stage, down the stairs to a waiting armored SUV, rushing him to a local medical center.
We heard what we appeared to be gunfire coming. The former president was rushed off the stage. Right now, we're at Secret Service. He's being escorted into his vehicle. This was a chaotic moment that just played out right here in Pennsylvania.
Good point, Jeremy. Yeah, they are.
Rushing to the ground as they heard those apparent shots fired.
Then pandemonium. Thousands of people running for cover.
Unbelievable.
Tonight, the Trump campaign releasing a statement saying the former president is fine and being checked out at a local medical facility. Donald Trump Jr. telling ABC News he spoke to his father, who remains in the hospital, and described Trump as in good spirits, saying he remains under observations.
Just hours ago, this area was lined with Trump supporters. They entered that tent right there to be screened by Secret Service, going through metal detectors, their belongings detected. Now, this is the space where you have Trump supporters that are leaving, panicked and confused, as Secret Service agents rush us out of this area and back to our cars.
Tonight, the crowd still in disbelief.
Tell me what you saw and what you heard. You said that you heard the popping sounds and you got down?
Sounds. At first you think like maybe firecrackers, but it continued, and then somebody yelled, "Get down." We got down, and we huddled, and we started praying.
Tonight, local officials telling ABC News those sounds were in fact gunshots. Live rounds fired from a rooftop adjacent to the venue outside the security perimeter. This is being investigated as an attempted assassination. And tonight, the local district attorney telling ABC News at least one person is dead and the shooter is dead as well. Tonight, President Biden addressing the nation.
I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing
What
well.
a photo right here, guys. Look at that photo. What a photo right there.
Back to the telephone. Look,
I just saved that one to my computer.
For this kind of violence, it's sick.
What a great photo.
It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country.
That's such a sick photo.
For this to be happening. We cannot be like
Let's
this.
go, baby.
This. But the idea,
I love it.
The idea that there's
so good
violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it.
Victorious. He emerges victorious. Ain't no bullet gonna take my president down. Get out of
I
here.
want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person who was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act could take place in our country. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. And back out here outside of where this rally took place just hours ago, we are just the last remaining network crew, and no one else is allowed in at this time. We know that
Elon Musk just tweeted this right here.
Now an active crime scene. We have seen.
He says,
in the amount of
so
officials
before,
that have gone in. We've also seen.
Let me pause this. So before being put in charge of protecting the president, she was guarding bags of Cheetos. This is the director of the Secret Service right here. Check this out, guys.
To the aid of that bystander.
Let me, one sec. Okay, here. Okay. Director Kimberly A. Cheadle is the 27th director of the Secret Service sworn into office September 17, 2022. She is responsible for successfully executing the agency's integrated mission of protection and investigations by leading a diverse workforce composed of more than 7,800 special agents. Prior to her appointments, Ms. Cheadle served as senior director in global security at PepsiCo. She worked at PepsiCo. So that's what Elon Musk was referring to when he was talking about her guarding a bag of Cheetos. where she was responsible for directing and implementing security protocols for the company's facilities in North America. Her role at PepsiCo involved developing risk management assessment and risk mitigation. So that's great right there. That's who was in charge of our Secret Service, a woman who used to guard bags of Cheeto at PepsiCo.
Said that they described seeing that location.
How hilarious is that one? You can't make this up. Elon Musk with the drop.
Did you get any sense of where
he says so before you put in charge? So before being put in charge of protecting the president, she was guarding bags of Cheetos.
You know what? I know that there are buildings that do surround
that's just great.
The fairgrounds area, but I don't exactly know which building in particular many of those witnesses have been referencing. It was chaos in the minutes that followed.
Hey, Joe Miller.
Law enforcement officials, some with
just joined the membership. Hey, let me know what you think of that photo, Joe.
Sort of escorted out in those moments.
That's pretty wild, isn't it?
Exactly what direction.
Make sure you click that link and on top. I just posted a members only post with the link to the Discord. Okay.
Is that this area behind me?
So make sure you pick that and you join the Discord. I posted that photo in there.
As Secret Service moved all of the press out of that area as well. We were told at the time that we would be let back in maybe within an hour or so to get the rest of our materials, some of our gear left inside, backpacks and personal belongings. All of that is now remaining inside as police continue to investigate what happened here hours ago with.
And we know so many of those witnesses you spoke with, they're going to need time to process and deal with the trauma and what they witnessed inside the bloodshed in that event today. Rachel Scott for us. We can't thank you enough.
It's a good point, Tamara. I saw that as well.
Been speaking with, as we noted,
Secret Service was denying Trump more
Trump rally inside
security.
What they saw, what they heard, and some of it very disturbing. Let's take a look.
I was positioned probably about maybe 20 feet away from the president at the point in time when he was making his address. I was to the right of the stage due to me being I was a speaker at the event. So I did my speech earlier today during the pre-program, and I was a few feet from where this all occurred. We heard the shots, and I thought it was, first thought it was fireworks because, you know, people are on edge, and any kind of loud boom you hear, you're going to think gunshots immediately, especially because of the environment of what was going on. And I turned around, and someone yelled medic, and I looked, and there was no way a medic could have got to that person in time. So I left my seat, took my tie off, I jumped over the barrier, and I ran to the individual. But when I got there, it was too late. The person was bleeding out through their head. And like I said, once again, respects the family because this is a very tough time. But they were shot, and I tried to, you know, block the wound. I tried to I held a towel against it. And until a medical team arrived and got him out, and you know, from there I helped the police and crowd control with getting people out of there because people were very nervous, people were very hesitant, and we had to move people fast and get them into a safe location, opposite of where the shooter was at or said to be at. So I assisted with getting people down and getting people out. And I try to keep kids calm and just get people clear.
Wow, Rico. Obviously, we want to be sensitive to the victim's family. But can you tell us?
We got Yuck FoodTube. I think I saw earlier you joined as a member. Thanks for joining, Yuck.
It was a male. It was a male victim.
Really appreciate it.
He was literally just sitting there in the stands. He had to be maybe 3 or 4 rows up from the bottom of the bleachers where everybody was sitting. And 1 second, where everyone's cheering and happy and listening to what Trump's saying, and the next minute, he's gone.
We got a response. I just saw this from J.D. Vance.
And this sort of
this is what J.D. Vance had to say right here. He goes, "Today is not just some isolated incident. The central premise of the Biden administration, of the Biden campaign, is that President Donald Trump is an authoritarian fascist who must be stopped at all costs." This is facts. This is basic. You can go back, look at the media, look at Joe Biden. I mean, this is just like the bread and butter of what they say, 100%. And he says that rhetoric directly led to President Trump's attempted assassination. I mean, that's you can't get any more clear than that. But it's really funny because this guy, Brian Tyler Cohen, says this is an effing gross response. No, it's not a gross response. This is a true response right here. This is not a gross response. This is a true. This is true. So people still don't want to see what's right in front of their eyes.
People who were there and saw all of this, and especially for you to see everything up close, and you got the sense early on that that this person was lost?
From understanding head wounds.
Turn off the blinker. Yeah, I hear it too.
When I seen what I seen, I was afraid that person was lost. And reading what has been said and stated in the news so far, those are now facts, which is a shame.
Rico, I don't even know if these are the right words to ask this question because most people have never been in this situation, but how are you processing what you saw and what you witnessed?
I mean, one can only process what happened, hopefully as slow as possible. But my worry, my heart at this point in time is not for myself, but it's for the families of.
So this is something.
Trump ducked behind the.
Hold on a second. This is something that End Wokeness on Twitter just posted, and I think this is pretty interesting. This is kind of the rhetoric they've been saying about Donald Trump for a while now, and this is, I mean, when you talk like this about a guy, and people get that scared. Like, hey, we've got the reincarnation of Hitler walking around here, gaining massive amounts of followers. They start to think, wait, what do I do? They start thinking in these extreme ways. But former Senator Claire McCaskill recently declared on MSNBC that Trump is more dangerous than Hitler and Mussolini. This rhetoric is what got us here. This is what she said.
A lot of people have tried to draw similarities between Mussolini and Hitler and the use of the terminology like vermin and the drive that those men had towards autocracy and dictatorship. The difference, though, I think makes Donald Trump even more dangerous, and that is...
So she's saying that she's talking about Mussolini and Hitler, and she's saying, well, but Trump is even more dangerous. They've all these leftists, they've constantly got to raise the bar for just how bad Trump is. That's why this whole term TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome, Orange Man Bad, that's where it all came from. But listen.
No philosophy he believes in.
Wild.
He's not trying to expand the boundaries of the United States of America. He's not trying to overcome a neighboring country like Putin is in Ukraine. He is not going for some grandiose scheme of international dominance. All he wants is to look in the mirror and see a guy who's president. All he cares about is selfish self-promotion. That's the only philosophy he has, which makes him even more dangerous.
And the problem is these leftists,
it would be okay to terminate.
They're not used to thinking for themselves. So when they hear this, they hear absolutes and they believe it absolutely 100%. Like usually the right wing, when we hear something a little bit off, we're just like, wait a second, that doesn't make much sense. Even if it comes, I saw when Donald Trump talked about stamping passports to college, to graduate, to degrees, college degrees. People were like, wait a second, that's not a passport, but immigration papers to a college degree. People weren't for that. There are detractors that are willing to call him out on stuff like that. But that's not what the left does. The left, they don't act in that way at all. They believe. They just simply hear and believe like zombies. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
An airplane hangar, maybe, like a warehouse for agricultural equipment, I guess. ARC, AGC, something like that on the side. But once we were out, maybe 30, 40 minutes after, they were taping it off, investigating it. They had the dogs going and all that stuff. But you know, there was traffic jams everywhere. It was kind of hard to.
How far away was that area from where the former president was standing?
Maybe 300, 400 yards, maybe less, honestly.
And Stephen, when you hear that people who were there in the crowd with you, other bystanders, at least one, maybe more, were killed, how does that make you feel?
Honestly, still kind of numb to it. You know, it's hard to process all this. You know, your heart rate is through the roof. But you know, best wishes for their family, and you know, they were supporting the country that they love. And in the meantime, it's definitely sad, and you know, it's heartbreaking, honestly.
And Stephen, we've been hearing from people on both sides of the aisle, Republicans, Democrats, you know, independent candidate, RFK Jr., and all with the same sentiment, condemning political violence, saying there's no place in this country for something like this. And I just wonder, from your perspective too, you're out there, you're exercising your right to support a candidate. You know, what message do you have for people out there? Because the country is at this political boiling point. There's so much division and anger and hatred right now from one side and the other. What would you like to tell people?
You know, at the end of the day, whether you're on the left, the right, the center, or you don't believe in politics at all, we all still put our pants on in the morning. We all breathe the air and go to work, you know, and a lot of these issues, in 10 years, no one even thinks about them or cares about them. So we're all people at the end of the day, and you know, it's not worth taking someone's life over political beliefs or whatever. It's just senseless.
Some really powerful words from so many witnesses that we spoke with throughout the course of the evening. We are getting some new information about the shooter now and the FBI's involvement in the investigation. Let's go back to our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, in Washington. What more are you learning, Pierre?
Well, we've just been told that the FBI director, Chris Wray, has just briefed the President of the United States, Biden. He also has briefed the National Security Advisor. We're being told now and can confirm that this dead suspect is a male. They will confirm that the dead suspect is a male. He was apparently killed. The early information is by a Secret Service counter sniper who honed in on him after the shots were fired. A Secret Service counter sniper killed the suspect. Also, we're being told that they are in the process of trying to verify the suspect's identity. They want to be 1,000% sure that they have the right name, that they can do this detailed background investigation. It is now so critical for them to understand what this is and what the motivations might be. Until you can get that name really confirmed, you can't really do the appropriate social media. I'm told that there are more than one name that is being looked at in this situation. Again, this is an all-hands-on-deck situation. The FBI director now personally involved. They have FBI agents now on the scene, I'm being told, as we speak with, going through the evidence, trying to talk to witnesses, examining the area where the shooting took place. This is now, they are the lead. This is now a national security investigation of the highest priority.
And Pierre, I realize this is a fluid situation. You may not have the answer to this question, but I think because we've been on the air for hours, it's worth circling back to it. Is the belief still that there was a single shooter, or do we even know that at this point?
The information, the evidence thus far, single shooter, firing from the rooftop, as we reported, 200 to 300 yards away, using an AR-15 style rifle. The information we can now confirm is that the dead suspect is male, according to our source. They are now in the process of trying to make sure they have the proper identity, because everything flows from that. Who is this person? And then you can begin to piece together their recent life. They need to know everything, because that affects all of the security going forward with.
And all of this with the caveat that information can change as we get more details from law enforcement. Pierre Thomas, thank you so much for that. Let's go to Aaron Katersky now, our senior investigative correspondent, because Aaron, I understand there was a photo, a potential photo of the shooter. Do we have that yet, or is there confirmation that it is in fact the shooter?
Well, the photo is from Getty Images, and law enforcement sources who have seen it tell ABC News that it does appear to be the shooter. So they are taking a look at this image, again, from Getty Images, and they are under the working suspicion that this is, in fact, going to be the shooter. Now, as Pierre notes, they still have not shared a specific identity. They undoubtedly have a name that they're working with, scouring his background, talking to any known acquaintances or family
Aaron,
members.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to make clear to our viewers, because as you started speaking, there was a different photograph, but the photograph right now that is on the screen is the photograph that you were talking about. And once again, Aaron, if you can just describe what law enforcement sources are saying about this particular picture.
Yeah, the image comes from Getty Images, and it's being scrutinized by law enforcement officials now. But their working suspicion is that this appears to be the shooter. They have not released an identity, so they don't know for sure. But that is a working belief now of law enforcement officials that this image from Getty Images does.
Yeah, we saw that photo already, but this is, look at this photo.
May have tried to assassinate.
You see where that arrow and circle is?
This evening in Pennsylvania.
Aaron Katersky, thank you. We're going to leave
That's a ladder
up on the screen and go back to Pierre Thomas, because Pierre, I knew you've been talking to your law enforcement sources. This gives us a clearer picture of what we're dealing with. Again, we were hearing over the
That's a ladder right there.
And others that the shooter was on a rooftop.
How did they not see that? That's wild.
200 to 300 yards away from the venue, from the president. What does this tell us from your sources in terms of how this event played out and what this individual was able to do?
Well, what I can tell you for a fact, that image that we have up on the screen right now is being circulated by law enforcement. They have that image from Getty. They are circulating it. The operating assumption is that it was likely the shooter. This information, this image is being passed around through various law enforcement agencies for their evaluation. That image that we are looking at is an image that law enforcement has. They have control of the image. They are using the image to study it closely, obviously, and build from there. The other thing I can tell you is that this investigation now is of the highest priority. The FBI director directly involved in this case, and because from this particular shooting incident, it affects the entire threat environment, which we already said earlier was extremely elevated. People have been warning for weeks and months that the rhetoric in this country had produced a spike in political threats that no one can remember seeing in recent memory, period, full stop. The AG very concerned about it from my reporting. The FBI director speaking over and over about his concerns about this particular moment. So right now, law enforcement across the country, we have a statement from the police here in Washington, D.C. A source just reached out saying that they will elevate security in Washington based on what took place as well. So this is, again, a moment where law enforcement is reevaluating everything.
What image do you mean, Anthony?
Peter, thank you. Let's go back to Martha Raddatz, because Martha, throughout the evening, there have been these developments as we've been
apparently this image of the shooter has James O'Keefe's
sources. You've been speaking with military sources who.
This one I just found, the one where the shooter is let's just say deceased, has James O'Keefe's watermark.
Who fired from far away, and now we're getting more pieces
on the photo.
To the puzzle here, and I just want to get a sense
of put it in the
what you're seeing and what we're hearing.
Discord chat again.
Exactly, and you have that elevated position.
I'm gonna repost it.
That the Secret Service has talked about, that it was 200 to 300 yards away, and that the shots were fired from an AR-15. That is very similar to what the military trains on, the M4, and that can be really pretty accurate, especially with the scope.
The picture of the guy that they showed. I think, I'm not really sure. I'm assuming it was after. I'm assuming so.
What the Secret Service does in a situation like this before all of this event happened.
Do they go around the perimeter? I spoke just a few minutes ago with a former Secret Service agent who said the USS Secret Service counter sniper team covers the rooftops. They will survey buildings from 1,000 yards in. They will position based on the stage setup. There will be response teams, Secret Service and local police that will respond based on counter sniper calls to clear rooftops or to open windows. This agent said the perimeter on outdoor events varies. Clearly, there were rooftops around 200 or 300 yards away. That will certainly
James
be
O'Keefe tweeted that mainstream media has now reported that Trump has been shot. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
Those particular rooftops were not spotted or cleared, or what exactly
like people
happened.
that companies that do stuff like that
did take out
the lowest of the low.
Shooter. Likely a Secret Service sniper taking out that shooter, but not before we had, as the Secret Service.
Yeah, this is what James O'Keefe just said right here.
In critical condition with.
He said the mainstream media has not yet reported, in fact,
because as we've been getting this report,
that Trump has been shot. Truly an extraordinary series of events.
I don't have information on this
Insane.
photo. It appears that this would be law enforcement taking up those positions. But Martha is still raising this massive question of how a rooftop within that perimeter that you described, may have been missed.
Well, I think it is almost impossible to cover everything with. It's something the Secret Service deals with all the time, and they bring in local law enforcement to that picture specifically that says police on the vest and Secret Service. That is clearly from the counter sniper team, someone from that team, whether that's the person who took out the shooter. We don't have that information, but it certainly could have been. And that person, that counter sniper person, was probably spanning around that perimeter. Again, this former agent saying this is just something they always do. They scan as much as possible, and heard those shots fired, heard multiple shots fired, and people hitting the ground. And I'm sure that sniper went into action.
Yeah, as many as 8 rounds from that AR-style rifle. Martha, thank you so much for your reporting on this. Let's bring in Don Mahalik from former Secret Service, who's a contributor now, has been speaking with us. Donald, I just want to get your sense on this information that we're getting now about the shooter on a rooftop taken out by a counter sniper. What's your take on this and how
this looks like it's unfolded? Some breaking news right here. Apparently, Representative Ronnie Jackson says that his nephew was shot during the assassination attempt.
To the rally, they were in. Yes, Sean. So my nephew was at the event tonight, and they were in the friends and family pen, and they heard the shots, and everybody dropped to the ground. And I don't know if you guys have the picture or not, but he was grazed in the neck. A bullet crossed his neck, cut his neck, and he was bleeding.
This is your
he got up.
Congressman, this is your nephew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my nephew. They were there. I'd set them up. They went to the rally. They were in the friends and family pen, which was just to the president's right, down a little bit lower on the left on the screen, but to the president's right in the line of fire. And they heard shots coming in. Apparently, there was someone also that were 4 or 5 rows behind them that was critically injured. Whenever he was shot, they realized that a bullet had grazed his neck. My sister-in-law had encouraged him to go to the first aid tent, to the triage tent. They went to the triage tent, and when they got to the triage tent, while they were there was another member of the crowd, unfortunately, that was in the triage tent that was on a gurney in the tent that had a devastating wound, had a critical wound to the head that was dead.
Wow. So this is a representative from Texas. His nephew apparently got grazed by a bullet
assassination of former President Trump is rightfully getting much of the attention, but there was a bystander that was killed, according to the Secret Service, and now we know from the hospital in Western Pennsylvania that 2 others have been critically hurt after this male gunman, who has still not been identified, fired from 200 to 300 yards away from an elevated position on a rooftop adjacent to the venue. He was able to fire off about 8 shots, law enforcement sources tell us, from an AR-15 style rifle.
These are some of the images here coming in. Law enforcement outside that hospital where we're told that some of the victims are being treated. Aaron, thanks again. Let's go back to Mary Bruce at the White House. More information from President Biden.
October 2020. Yeah, what we have now learned that the president has finally connected with Donald Trump. The 2 men have spoken. The White House, though, remaining tight-lipped on what was actually said on that call. They have not offered any kind of readout of this discussion, but we do know that the 2 have connected. These are not 2 men who speak often or really at all. Of course, the last time they saw each other was at that debate just a few weeks ago, but very little interaction then. We do know, of course, that the president earlier in the evening expressed how grateful he was to hear that Donald Trump was safe and doing well. He, offered his prayers for the former president and his family at that time. We also now can report that the president is now he is now making his way back to Washington tonight. He will be leaving Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, where he was expected to spend the weekend. Those plans now changing. The president, we are also told, tomorrow morning here at the White House will be receiving an updated briefing from Homeland Security and law enforcement officials. The president has been being updated by his team, of course, throughout the evening, and we did hear him come out very forcefully earlier in the night and condemn this kind of violence, saying that it is simply sick, saying there's no place in America for this kind of violence. And he said it's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. As we have said, his campaign is also trying to turn down the political temperature, the political rhetoric in this country by really hitting the pause button here. As would be expected, they are pulling down all of their political communications. They are trying to pulling down their ads as quickly as they can across the country that target Donald Trump in any kind of way, anything that is of political nature. Because this is a moment that shouldn't be about politics, and that is the message that we are getting from the White House and the president's campaign. We don't know yet if, how this may affect the president's travel in the upcoming days. He's supposed to be in Texas on Monday, then on to Nevada on Tuesday and Wednesday.
We have a reaction from Matt Gaetz. Just found this live reaction from Matt Gaetz here. He's on OAN.
We have Congressman Matt Gaetz on the line. I want to get his take real quick. And Monica, I didn't mean to cut you off. We'll come back to you. But this is one of our first leaders that I want to get on the program. There he is, Congressman Gaetz. Not a day I want to be talking to you about something like this. I'm sure you were home with the wife or canvassing your district, or maybe you were there supporting. I don't know what you were doing, Matt. Fill us in on your first reaction, and then we'll talk about what we know and what we don't know. Nice to see you, Congressman.
Yeah, certainly we are praying for the soul of the lost life at the Trump rally today, and for that person's family. You never expect that when you go to a Trump rally that's going to be your last day walking around the planet Earth, because these are patriotic and welcoming and, might I say, loving events. You and I have been to many of them. You've covered them. I've spoken at them. And here's what's ringing in my mind right now, Dan. Back in April, Benny Thompson, the leading Democrat on the Homeland Security Committee, called for President Trump to be stripped of his Secret Service protections.
That's what I was talking about. Thank you, Matt.
They wanted to take away his protections. That is to anyone wanting to do President Trump harm for whatever reason. And they were literally saying, because of the sham prosecutions they'd set up against him, that he was unworthy of being protected. That is astonishing. And the message that sends to people is that violence is okay and that you can hurt folks if you don't like the way their prospects are heading in a presidential contest. We haven't seen this in nearly half a century in our country. We never want to see it happen to anyone of any political party. And the fact that it's happened to President Trump shows that they will do anything to stop this man. They have tried to impeach him. They have tried to convict him. They have tried to gag him. They were trying to imprison him. And now they have tried to assassinate him. And every time they do this, the people become more committed to the vision for the country that he has for our success and our prosperity. And while we don't know much about the shooter or the security envelope, and there are a lot of important questions that I think you're starting to ask on those questions, what we do know is that President Trump is determined to save this country from the path of ruin that we are on, and the efforts to stop him are unlike any politician has ever faced in our country's history.
Matt, I just want to reset everything for folks that may just be joining us here on One America News. We were talking about the
great segment by Matt Gaetz right there. Just for those of you just joining us, I saw our numbers went up a little bit just a second ago. This is apparently this is the only eyewitness that we really have, and we don't really see any mainstream media reporting this a whole lot. We don't see this really making the rounds like it probably should. So I'll let you guys gauge for yourself. This is really the only eyewitness that we have of this whole situation right here.
Your mind, you're seeing these images on television and now trying to compare that to what you witnessed firsthand with your own eyes. But
this guy saw the shooter go up
in this country right now.
What's up?
I answered an interview in late May over the Trump verdict, and right now things are deteriorating at an even more rapid rate than.
Here, I have no idea.
I didn't even realize I had the wrong audio playing. Sorry about that, guys.
Nope, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw and what. So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party, and we all decided, hey, you know, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees out there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally. Right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, you know. But we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, you know, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof. And he had a gun, right? He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle, absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? You know, like they didn't know what was going on. You know, we're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out. So you're certain that the shots.
Nathan, thank you so much for your time. 100%. We appreciate.
100%. And he was up there for a couple of minutes. He was up there. You saw him up there for a couple of minutes. Absolutely, at least 3 to 4 minutes. And you were telling the police and the Secret Service. We were telling the police. We were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree. Could they see binoculars? Could they see him? Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place. Did you see, obviously everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all? Oh, yeah, they blew his head off. Okay, sorry. Secret Service blew his head off. Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy? Absolutely, 100%. Okay. Yep. You saw that happen? Yep. Okay. Yep. And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or? They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over. It's incredibly shocking. The guy was on the roof right there. You can see the white roof. Right there. Did you get a look at him?
In 2017?
No, other than he was in muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifle flinging around as he was trying to crawl. I mean, we saw the rifle, 100%. Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was? Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it, but sure. But it was a rifle of some sort. Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you process what you've just seen?
I don't know what to say, man. All I'll tell you is, if I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof. Were you outside the security perimeter? Yes, right there by that tree. We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not on every building here?
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions.
Great point.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
A lot of questions. Very, very so that was
she was right in front.
One of the best eyewitness interviews that I've seen. I haven't seen one that had that much of a vantage point of the shooter. And not only did he see this shooter crawling up onto the roof, which is a little bit odd. I should, pique your suspicion just a tad if the president, the former president, Donald Trump, is giving a rally and some random guy is walking up onto a roof with a rifle. That should probably pique your curiosity just a little bit. So he started pointing it out to police, and police didn't really say much of anything. So it was very interesting.
America came together, and you saw approval ratings for President Reagan soar in the wake of that.
Guys, I'm going to go for about 15 more minutes. I'm going to go to 10 o'clock. I know
to some degree Americans united.
There's a lot going on.
An assassination attempt of their president. So I think it's a mixed bag. We saw with the Paul Pelosi attack that I mentioned, which is the most recent of those that I enumerated, we saw more division. We saw more ugliness particularly from the Republicans after that, really mocking what had happened to Paul Pelosi. So a mixed bag and again, I think a reflection of a very divided time in American life.
A mixed bag and certainly a test that this country will face in the days and weeks to come. Mark Updegrove, thank you so much for your perspective. We really appreciate it. I want to go back to Milwaukee because we've got our political director.
Representative Stephen Woodrow. Check this out. You guys won't believe this. This is what he tweeted. The last thing
threatening your life
that America needed was sympathy for the devil, but here we are. He has since deactivated his Twitter.
Events that were planned and the thousands of people that are expected to participate. What more are you hearing from your sources about what we can expect in the next 48 hours?
Well, the first thing we're hearing from RNC officials is that this convention is going on. I've got a statement that was just released by Reince Priebus, of course, the former chairman of the RNC, former chief of staff for Donald Trump, who is the chairman of the host committee here. He says, President Trump is in my prayers after surviving this assassination attempt. And he says, we are heartbroken that reports indicate at least one innocent person has been killed and perhaps others have been injured. This horrific violence has no place in America. But then this is the key line. Guests have already begun to arrive in Wisconsin, and we look forward to working with the Republican National Committee to welcome everyone to Milwaukee this week. This convention is proceeding as planned, and I think what you're going to see is this assassination attempt as something of a rallying cry for Republicans here. We're already seeing Republicans using the image of former President Trump with his arm raised and the blood coming down his face.
That's right.
As a symbol, which I think was going to be a defining symbol for this convention.
And Rick, on
that is a defining symbol.
There's
not just for what happened tonight, but what's been happening to Trump for the past 3 years. Since he became president.
Violence, but then other people pointing the finger.
Phoenix from the ashes. That's right.
Yeah, and the blame that's been directed particularly at President Biden himself has come from very high levels of the party, including Senator J.D. Vance, who in a couple of days could easily be on the ticket with Donald Trump.
But before we get off here, guys, I want to take a look at some of your chat, so throw them in there.
Right now, I think probably not
Once
justified
again,
by any of the facts that are out there. In
I mean, this
suggesting that
is
some of the rhetoric that Biden has used somehow contributed to this. We just don't know anything about this gunman or enough about the
right here. This is the video of what happened, guys. This is when it all went down right here.
Take a look at what happened.
That's it. I'm so glad Trump's okay, man. When I saw this and it registered in my mind that this was actually happening, it was actually true, I started shaking. I literally started shaking, guys. I couldn't believe it. It was absolutely unbelievable to me that something like this happened. I've always thought about something like this happening. I knew it was possible with how much the mainstream media, the deep state, the people out there, how much they're going after Trump and how hard they were trying to get anything on the guy. Anything, literally anything. They throw fake trials at the guy. They convict him on 34 bogus felony counts. They try to take his money away, his businesses away. Letitia James getting $500 million verdict on Donald Trump. Trying to ruin the guy in every way, shape, or form. Character assassination, attaching him to the worst of the worst. They don't stop. They don't stop, but neither does Donald Trump. And it's after all the things they've thrown at him, it just hasn't been working because he still comes out stronger every single time. So what do? What happens? The ultimate. If you don't bend the knee, you must pay the ultimate price. But they failed today, ladies and gentlemen. They failed. Because, well, let's just be honest. I don't think leftists are very good shots, okay? Let me get my shoes, he says. They try to carry him off. But the most iconic part of this video, guys. The most iconic part is he doesn't just let Secret Service carry him off. No. He does a parting gesture to his crowd, to his supporters. That is a true leader right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is a true fighter. That is the American spirit fighting on right there. Donald Trump. History happening right now. Let me get my shoes. Try to carry him off. And you can see Donald Trump's, he's got that dog in him. He's got that dog in him.
Watch out.
Right here. Yes. Yes. Oh, that gives me chills. Right there. That gives me chills right there. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, does that not give you chills? Wow. What a fighter. USA, baby. What a fighter. But ladies and gentlemen, for real though, I don't know who the victims of the shooting of the shooter was or are yet, but keep them in your thoughts and prayers. We don't know the names of the victims yet. I haven't heard any reporting. We were waiting for that, but we're pushing 10 o'clock right now. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me tonight. We are going to be, in the coming few days, this is going to be covered ad nauseum. This is going to be one of the main things that is covered. I'll be covering this as well. I have a morning show that I do between 8 and 9 Central, Monday through Saturday, usually 6 days a week, sometimes 5, but usually 6 days a week. So if you guys are interested in that, interested in the current events, interested in the news, please consider subscribing. If you'd like to support the show, consider becoming a member. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long one. Wow. Still so surreal. It still hasn't completely sunk in. It's one of those moments where you just, like, anything is possible. You never expect something like this to happen. You think about it because of how divisive things are, but you never expect it to bubble up to reality, you know? That's the thing. You never expect it to actually come to pass. You know it's possible. And you think, you think it's going to happen, or you think you wouldn't be surprised that it happens, but when it happens, it is visceral experience, that's for sure. It really is. Sam Elwood said, anyone got a link to the photo of the shooter? Yeah, I posted it in the Discord. I can't throw it on stream. If you'd like to join the Discord, join the members only channel. You can join it. Jeremy says, thanks again, Andrew. Unwoke Thoughts. Hey, thanks, Jeremy. Thanks for modding. Valerie says, thank you. Thank you for watching, Valerie. Michelle says, thank you. No, Michelle, thank you. You do a fantastic job. I really appreciate all your help. We'll end with this one. Jeremy says, stay blessed, Patriots. Yes, everybody. Have a good night. Have a fantastic weekend. God bless you, and God bless Donald Trump, and God bless the United States of America.